Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started here today. It is my privilege to introduce to you this morning the Provost of Cleveland State University, Nigamon Sridhar, who's going to do some welcoming remarks for us and kick off today's event.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Molly, for that quick introduction. I'm Nigamon Sridhar. I serve as Provost here at Cleveland State. I'm incredibly thrilled to welcome you to the Levin College. I'm wearing a Levin pin. The dean is laughing because she's like, "Why would you wear a Levin pin?" I'm like, this is great. I'm here at an event at the Levin College, and the Levin College is absolutely of Cleveland State University, and I'm proud to do that. I also bring greetings to you from President Bloomberg, who's unable to be here this morning, but as always, she sees this college and the work that we do in this community as vital and important. So I'm really thrilled to welcome you all to this conference. I've been here before a couple of times at this conference. The first time, the first one of these was all virtual, and we had an overall discussion about the innovation ecosystem in Ohio. Last year, there was a robust conversation about the blue economy and how Ohio can lead in this area. And there's, since that time, there have been even more investments and leadership opportunities for us in the blue economy. The National Science Foundation awarded an NSF Engine grant. It's led out of the city of Chicago, but we, Cleveland, are a big component and a part of that team. And that's a project that's focused on the blue economy. Today's conversation, it will be on advanced manufacturing, right? And this is, I see this as a little bit of going back to our roots. Northeast Ohio has always been a region that has held a leadership role in the area of manufacturing. You can go all the way back to the mid-1800s and see Cleveland as one of the leaders in manufacturing, and it's only natural that we play a leadership role in as we transition to more sustainable, more advanced, and cleaner ways of various kinds of manufacturing. So there's three things on the agenda today over the course of the day that'll address leadership opportunities for us as an institution and as a region. Our EDA Tech Hub, which again sits in our region and has pretty massive implications for economic investments as well as national security investments in the region. Our NSF Engine work, I referred to the one before where we collaborate with Chicago, but there's also a second initiative here in Cleveland that is focused more on sustainable and advanced manufacturing. And those initiatives are really just coalescing all the various different kinds of projects and topics that are ongoing across the region. We'll also receive an update about the Cleveland Innovation District. This is an investment from the state of Ohio by way of Jobs Ohio. There were 3 innovation districts, one in Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati. And the one we, Cleveland State, are engaged in the one in Cleveland, and you'll receive an update about that. This is a $100 million investment from Jobs Ohio, but really it's a $500 million initiative when you think about all of the various other investments that the institutions bring in as well. And then finally, and definitely this is a highlight for today, you'll hear from a good friend of ours, Michael Jeans, at lunch. we've had the opportunity to work and the privilege to work with Michael for a long time. But I had the intense privilege of hearing from Michael at the City Club about a month ago, where he talked about the grant that Growth Opportunities received from the US EPA, the $156 million investment in focusing on communities, particularly communities that have been historically left behind, and updating and bringing those communities and actually moving those communities ahead of the rest of the state and the country in terms of access to sustainable resources, access to solar, and how that transformation has the potential to really shape the future of Northeast Ohio and of the state of Ohio. So this is definitely a thrilling and packed agenda. The fun part about my job is I get to go and say hello at these kinds of things. The not so great job part of the job is that there are just too many things that pull, and I can't actually sit here and listen to the whole thing. Even though this is an area that from my own area of scholarship and prior research, I'd probably love to sit here and take notes all day long, but I will not be able to do that. I'm going to try to come back for the lunch keynote. Because every time I hear Michael Jean speak is a positive. So with that, I'll just wish you all a fantastic day, a productive day at this conference, and thank you for being here.
Good morning. I wasn't sure which dean was going to come up next. My name is Richard Shepweister. I'm dean of the Washington College of Engineering, and very happy to have all you here. I'm looking forward to a very interesting and productive day as well. I'm going to be on a panel later on, so I'm not going to tell you too much now, even though when a dean has a captive audience like this, it's hard to hold back. But I do want to say that we just finished celebrating 100 years of working with the Cleveland community and producing the talent it needs, primarily around manufacturing. We started in 1923 out of the Cleveland YMCA, an institution they called at that time the YMCA Technology Institute, offering courses that led to engineering degrees in 1923. The other thing we celebrated was 100 years of co-op. We were a co-op program from the very beginning, so the whole purpose of us was to fill the talent needs of the region, and Cleveland was and is and always will be a manufacturing town, and we are continuing to serve that, and our goal over our next 100 years is to make Cleveland a manufacturing hub again, and we'll talk about some of the things that we're going to try to do to contribute to that. So I look forward to talking with you more about this later on in our panel, and otherwise, hope you have a very productive day. And now I'll ask my colleague, I guess, to come up and welcome you as well.
Good morning. Good morning. We'll try that again. So this is impromptu. I was going to wait and say hello and greetings when I have the privilege of introducing Michael Jeans for lunch. I'm Jill Gordon. I have the pleasure of serving as Dean of the Levin College of Public Affairs and Education. I joined Cleveland State in January, so I'm 7 months and 20 days into this wonderful role. When I look at kind of Levin and who we are, to me, we are the catalyst to develop what I call the next generation of public impact professionals. And that's because across the college, what we really focus on is really looking at change, advancing societal norms, and really investing in the communities that we live, work, and play. So when I looked at the agenda for today's conference, that represents Levin and making an impact, talking about issues to advance the region in manufacturing. And you're not just looking at it from one lens, you're looking at it from a multi-systems approach, right? So ecosystems, structure, higher education, all with an eye towards the future. So I'm really excited that we get to host this conference here in Levin. I will be listening and learning as I'm running around the building. So I will see you again at lunch, but sit back, relax, and enjoy. Thank you.
Good morning again, everyone. I'll introduce myself for those of you who don't know me. My name is Molly Schnoke. I'm the director of the Center for Economic Development here at the Levin College of Public Affairs and Education at Cleveland State. And I would like to thank all of you for joining us today for our third annual Connecting Innovation Policy and Practice in Ohio conference. Today's event is being conducted in partnership not only with the Cleveland State Office of Research, but also the university's EDA-funded MDIS Center. The CSU Office of Research has been a generous supporter and partner in not only this event, but in the work of the center overall and our continued work with EDA and as an EDA university center. I would like to thank both the Provost and Dean Gordon for their guidance and support, and thank all of you and our speakers here today. I would also like to acknowledge NOACA for their support of this event and the center, as well as the U.S. Economic Development Administration. I'd like to take a moment to share some information with you about this designation as an EDA University Center, the importance to CSU in the region, and as well as some of our work. The EDA University Center program is a recognition that institutions of higher education are critical players in the development of vibrant economic ecosystems. EDA recognizes that universities are sources of significant economic development assets that can support regional economic growth. Currently, there are 72 EDA university centers that cover 47 states and territories. The purpose of EDA's University Center program is to enable institutions of higher education to establish and cooperate centers focused on leveraging university assets to build regional ecosystems that support innovation, high-growth entrepreneurship, resiliency, and inclusiveness. In this way, EDA's University Center Economic Development Program makes the resources of universities available to the broader economic development community. As early as 1980, EDA-funded UCs responded to the needs of small and medium-sized manufacturers and processors for technology transfer and commercialization assistance. CSU's Center for Economic Development became an EDA University Center in 1985. More recently, some UCs have been providing resources and guidance on how to create a digitally inclusive economy, while others are working with stakeholders in their regions to address economic impacts from the closure of major plants, while others are exploring growing innovation and entrepreneurship. University centers collaborate with other EDA partners such as economic development districts. We provide expertise, applied research, technical assistance to develop, implement, and support regional strategies that result in job creation, high-skilled regional talent pools, and business expansion in a region's innovation clusters. UCs focus on one or more areas of priority for the Economic Development Administration, which include regional commercialization efforts, advancing high-growth entrepreneurship, cultivating innovation, encouraging business expansion, developing a high-skilled regional workforce, and increasing resiliencies of their regions. By responding to the economic development needs of their regions, University Center programs are demand-driven by nature. So, our guide is all of you. Some of our work has focused on the development of the Cleveland Innovation District. The center conducted an investigation into the work and efforts of innovation districts across the country, their experiences in multi-institutional collaborations to drive innovations, and the challenges that they encountered. We continue our work with EDA in tracking the health of Ohio's 88 counties using the Economic Vitality Index. We've recently released this year's Economic Impact Study of the NASA Glenn Research Center and are working with the City of Cleveland in creating a roadmap for financial empowerment supporting the city's efforts to close the racial wealth gap and create economic and financial stability for all of its residents. And this brings us back to today and CIPPO. Currently, and reflected in today's sessions and presentations, we are exploring the future of advanced manufacturing for Northeast Ohio and Ohio as a whole. The work being done by economic development experts and intermediaries and the new comprehensive economic development strategy CEDS, that was approved by EDA this past spring. This strategy is not only meant to help guide the region and set economic development priorities, but it also unlocks federal funding to fuel these efforts, funding that before the creation of CEDS was not available to Northeast Ohio communities. We hope that you will reach out to us, share your needs, and we'll do our best to provide research, support, and guidance. Let me also please share with all of you the other expertise and research of this college and university. So as Dean Gordon mentioned, our role in this community, but there are others and not just the Center for Economic Development. Along with the MDIS Center, I would also like to mention CSU's Center for Energy Policy, the Center for Criminology Research, the Center for Public and Nonprofit Management, which integrates leadership development and management training and technical assistance for Ohio in the nonprofit sector. It serves as the Certified Public Manager Program for the state of Ohio and houses the Center for Emergency Preparedness. CSU's Diversity Institute, which is working with external partners to implement effective solutions to address diversity and equity in the broader community. And our Center for Educational Leadership, which is building leadership capacity in K-12 education across Northeast Ohio. Together, these centers address economic and community development, innovation and entrepreneurship, community safety, growth and development of the public sector, our energy future, infrastructure, the strength of our educational system, and ensuring equitable access to all opportunities. A bit of housekeeping. Today's event is being live streamed on the Levin College YouTube page. It will also be archived there for future access. When there is an opportunity for questions, please wait for somebody to come around with a microphone so that those listening online and the recording will be able to pick you up. And now I would like to introduce Grace Gallucci, Director of NOACA and moderator of today's first panel.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Molly. And at this time, I'd like to call up our panelists. That would be Mike O'Donnell, Michael Yost, Russ Cameron, and Steve Fritsch. You guys can come on up. And I will start by telling you a little bit about NOACA. NOACA is the Metropolitan Planning Organization for Greater Cleveland. We are responsible for planning at the 5-county level. So we represent 166 villages, townships, and other governmental entities. In fact, when you add them all up, our joke is that we represent more jurisdictions, political jurisdictions, than there are sovereign nations in the world. So that's our claim to fame. And with the work that we do at the transportation level, that's probably 80% of our work, but we have added to our portfolio economic development with the creation of the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy for the region. We're also responsible for water quality, air quality, and a little bit of brownfields and climate change. So we've added to our portfolio, and we're building on those activities. According to the EDA, a CEDS strategy, and this is a quote, is a strategy-driven plan for regional economic development. It is the result of a regionally owned planning process designed to build capacity and guide the economic prosperity and resiliency of an area or region. It is a key component in establishing and maintaining a robust economic ecosystem by helping to build regional capacity through hard and soft infrastructure that contributes to individual, firm, and community success. The CEDS provides a vehicle for individuals, organizations, local governments, institutes of learning, and private industry to engage in meaningful conversation and debate about what capacity building efforts would best serve economic development in the region. And so that's a little bit of the background. When we talk about what NOACA did to develop the plan, we started with exploring current regional conditions. We know that this region is very well known for its manufacturing expertise. We conducted a SWOT analysis for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Economic resilience. We looked at the types of things that would allow our economy to stay strong. I'm glad you guys came up. I was starting to wonder. Thank you and good morning.
So sorry.
Understand? No worries. I'm still on the introduction. We also developed an evaluation framework looking specifically at performance metrics, and we're continuing to build on that. Some of the key topic areas that we have included in the SEDS: cultural amenities, housing, healthcare, innovation and entrepreneurship, manufacturing, workforce development, and transportation. And when you think about the strategies that we included for manufacturing, we have supporting educational efforts to educate and train a current and future workforce. So all about workforce. Place manufacturing on the civic agenda for overall economic development in the region. Support manufacturers' adoption of current technological advances in their work, and support entrepreneurial activities in manufacturing. So this is the plan that NOAC had developed, but we didn't do it alone. We had many partners on a steering committee with us as we did this over a 12-month period. And in fact, each of our guests this morning on the panel were part of that activity. Their organizations were critical, in fact, for us developing the SEDS. And with that, I'm going to ask each one of them, as a stakeholder in the public, private, and nonprofit sector, to describe the work of their agency. Give us a couple of minutes on what your agency is and what it does. And we'll start with Ross.
Sure. Yeah, thanks. Sorry, Mike and I were talking, chatting it up here outside, so I apologize for being a little bit late to the stage. Testing. Okay, there we go. Oh, thanks. So, yeah, thank you very much, Grace. I'm Ross Cameron. I'm our Managing VP of Innovation and Growth at the Greater Cleveland Partnership, otherwise known as GCP. We're here right across Playhouse Square. The largest metro area chamber in the United States is our claim to fame. We've got over more than 15,000 members, which spanning kind of two categories. One we would refer to as like our investor members, which is the largest companies in the regions, the Sherwin-Williams, the Key Banks, Lubrizol, and then another class there with the COSI, the Council of Small Enterprises, which actually is also well known here around the region as the side of our organization that is more focused on small, medium-sized businesses. I guess as part of our all-in plan, there are a number of different elements to that, which include things like creating an appealing community, and continuing to develop an abundant talent here across the region. And the other, where I tend to focus more, is in our dynamic business pillar that we refer to. So when we think of dynamic businesses, it's those that are continuing to innovate and grow. And we'll talk, I guess we can get into a little bit more of that as we talk more here about advanced manufacturing. One of the areas that we've focused on in particular over the last couple of years relates to SEDS and the topic here for the whole conference is federal funding. So with the kind of the principle there being that we'd like to continue to the extent possible, to continue catalyzing innovation and growth across the region by bringing more visibility into those federal funding opportunities that exist, whether that's things like the tech hubs, a big kind of alliance, consortia, regional innovation and place-based economic development, as well as any number of different federal opportunities to help incentivize growth and investment in manufacturing and a variety of other industries. So I would say, and just to close, I'd say we'd have one of the functions there that we would offer or serve there for the community of not just businesses, but also institutions. I should make sure I mention that because we've got folks like Cleveland State and Case Western Reserve University on our board. Happy to talk more a little bit later about what the research landscape looks like across the region and how that relates, but happy to be here. Thanks.
Thank you. Mike O'Donnell, why don't you go next? The last two in. I'm an adjunct professor, so the last couple of students that come in, they're the first ones that get called on.
Yeah.
So,
Is this one
being
working?
here at Cleveland State, I thought it would be fitting.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm Mike O'Donnell. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Magnet, and we have sort of two things that we work with. One is developing the talent pipeline, and that is through the sector partnership here in Cuyahoga County. We have early college, early career. We have apprenticeship programs, and for those of you who haven't seen it, you're welcome. I extend a personal invitation. We built a $14 million building about 2 years ago, just up the street in Huff, and there we bring through high school students and middle school students to see manufacturing at its best, where there's collaborative robots, and they get to build cars and do demonstrations, and there's other hands-on exhibits so they can see what the great news of manufacturing is and what a good career you can get. The other half of our business is where we do not-for-profit, fee-for-service consulting with clients. And we too collaborated with NOACA, as you indicated, and after that, some of the very same stakeholders developed just for manufacturers what we call the blueprint for manufacturing. And probably not surprising to the group here, there's 4 pillars. One is you need talent, and hence the talent aspect I just mentioned. 2, you need transformation and technology to keep up with the greatest in the nation and the world so we can bring work in and bring jobs into Northeast Ohio. 3 is innovation, and there's innovative techniques. And then lastly, leadership, which is not just the top leaders at the companies to adopt these technologies and other things, but also shop floor managers, because that's the day in, day out. Those are the people that interact with the workers. Wanted to just sort of, mention to you all that in collaboration with Cleveland State, and I see some other great partners here. I see the Cleveland Engineering Society. Hello. This is a community. This is a great community. So it's not Magnet. It's not each of the partners, but we do work Magnet specifically with hundreds of manufacturers only, small to middle-sized manufacturers, and to get results and ROIs. And so our goal is to help each one individually in collaboration with Cleveland State and others and the Smart Manufacturing Cluster. But not just that, it's that they would share their stories and their best practices so they can, as a community, rise up. Magnet is very small, although we do have 70 people, but there's many other integrators and resources in the community. That's our ultimate goal, to connect people into this community. Thank you.
Steve Fritsch, would you like to go next?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Steve Fritsch. I am Vice President of Industry Advancement and Engagement at Team NEO. I want to take a moment to thank Molly as well as Matt and Ben from the MDIS Center for inviting us to be a part of today's program. Team NEO is a regional economic development organization. Our mission is to accelerate the pace and equity of business growth outcomes in the region. And we use the term accelerate very intentionally because it's about building off great work that's being done by a number of other partners as well. Our unique role includes being the Jobs Ohio network partner for the 14-county market of Northeast Ohio, so not only Cleveland, but Akron, Canton, Mansfield, Sandusky as well. So in that regard, we are typically very deep into the transactional activity that our traded sector companies in the region are looking at doing when they have a machine or an equipment purchase, they're doing job creation, and they want to pursue financial support, talent support, site-related support as well. But we also have a transformational strategy lane that Team NEO plays, looking at the talent supply-demand gap and trying to raise awareness and address those challenges. We have a strategy specific to identifying and cultivating more competitive ready sites to support attraction as well as expansion projects that our region sees. And then we have the industry strategy, which I lead, which is about building innovative and resilient supply chains. Lastly, I do want to take a moment to thank Grace and NOACA for their leadership in developing the SEDS. Some folks may not know that having a SEDS in place is a requirement if you're going to be pursuing certain federal programs. So having that in place is supporting a number of organizations, not just a region as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Yeah, that is very important that for many, many, many years, I think even a couple of decades, we did not have a SEDS plan in the greater Cleveland region. And it was a very obvious hole in the donut where you had Youngstown, Akron, and Canton that were covered by a SEDS plan, which left us at a disadvantage. And during COVID, a number of organizations reached out to find out if we had a SEDS plan or our long-range plan would qualify, because there was certain funding that was dependent on having a SEDS plan. That led us to getting the partners together and really facilitating the conversation and facilitating the work that was done. Again, the work was a partnership, and thank you for mentioning that. Mike Yost.
Thank you, Grace. My name is Mike Yost. I'm the Director of Manufacturing Excellence with Manufacturing Works. Manufacturing Works was founded 3.5 decades ago as WireNet. It was focused on retaining the industrial base on the west side of Cleveland. Over the decades, our charter and our footprint has expanded, primarily focused on workforce development, leadership development, and in my area of focus on the production operations side of things. So we run a initiative called CIRI, which is the Cleveland Industrial Retention Initiative, in which we have teams that are daily making calls, reaching out proactively to manufacturers to understand what their needs are, help them with anything that they need from a community development perspective, as well as workforce and technology-related activities. So we're a member-based organization, so our goal is to educate our members, to make connections to resources that they need. When it comes to advanced manufacturing, I joined the organization, been working sort of on the side for about the last 3 years, but joined in January, leading the efforts here around advanced manufacturing, smart manufacturing, digital manufacturing, Industry 4.0, whatever language you want to call it. So I have a 35-year background in that, and we were working on cohort learning and community building and programming about helping manufacturers understand what all of that technology means, how they apply it to their operations, how they find resources, like some of the folks that we have here, to move forward and drive operational excellence in their businesses.
Thank you very much. Building on the description of your agencies and the work that you do, tell us about the importance of your agency to the greater Cleveland region relative to advanced manufacturing. So kind of honing in a little bit more on that. And this time I'll start with Mike.
Excellent. Well, thank you. So my personal career arc has been one where I worked for large corporations early in my career, and for the past 15 years have worked in the nonprofit world. So I worked for a global nonprofit for a decade, and I worked for a National Institute on Smart Manufacturing for a few years, and then the past 3 years I've been working more closely here in the region. And the reason that I've followed that trajectory is that we can wax philosophical all we want about programs and initiatives and value, but if we don't have that last mile connection to the manufacturers, then we really can't have an impact. And so from Manufacturing Works role, that's really what I've seen as being different in organizations that I've worked with across the country, is that Manufacturing Works is dealing with, working with, has relationships with the manufacturers directly. So we're engaged with them, understand what their needs are, give them platforms to both trumpet what their needs are, but also to consume programs. I like to tell a story just quickly. When my daughter was about 9 years old, and I just dropped her off at Ohio State her freshman year this weekend, so I can tell how old this is, but we were at a football game, and we're walking into the game. She's 9 years old, and there's a guy scalping tickets over here, and 10 feet away, there's a guy over there who's buying tickets. And she stopped in the middle of the road, and it's like the sun, clouds parted, this little girl standing there, and she's going, "Hey, you need tickets. He has tickets." And it was hilarious because everybody saw how innocent and pure this was. But when I look at the manufacturers here, and then I look at the resources that we have available, like I stand there and go, wait, you have resources. You need resources. And there's just a huge disconnect on how manufacturers even know how to digest what is available to people. So all these federal programs and state programs and local initiatives and things need a translation, and they need people that they can trust. So I guess if I was going to wrap it up on what really the value from Manufacturing Works perspective is, we really have that trusted relationship with our member base to be able to guide people towards initiatives and programs.
Thank you, and that was a terrific story. I'm glad you took the time to tell us. Steve, do you want to tell us a little bit about how important Team NEO is to the advanced manufacturing landscape? And
jog my brain for stories involving my daughters, but nothing is coming to mind. So I'll start by jumping in the Wayback Machine. About 5 years ago, Team NEO and a number of partners convened a number of companies around the region to do a road mapping exercise to really try to understand what kind of impact the industrial Internet of Things could have on the region should we choose to embrace it, which really led to the culmination and creation of something that we're all involved in now called the Smart Manufacturing Cluster of Northeast Ohio, which really serves to be that bridge that Mike talked about earlier of trying to understand what companies need, raise awareness of what's available, and then connect those seekers to solvers so that our companies here can thrive and be competitive in the industries that they serve. And I would say the other key role I think that Team NEO plays, and this is really with our Jobs Ohio Network partner hat on, is that we're leading outreach to approximately 1,000 companies each year. I would say probably 60% of those are in-region companies, but also touching companies throughout the entire world. This not only allows us to understand what's driving their investments, but it also helps us understand what's preventing their investments as well. So with that, we're able to gather insights and bring these insights back to these partners here and try to think about what can we be doing within our organizations and within our innovation cluster platforms to be solving these problems that aren't yet solved, and what can we be doing here in our region so that we can be competitive in those areas.
Great, thank you.
If I can just piggyback
Sure.
on the value of what Steve just talked about, like with the IoT roadmap, to be able to go out and speak to manufacturers about what advanced manufacturing is or smart, like it's really an abstract concept for folks. And so being able to take a body of work that started with McKinsey research talking about trillions of dollars of value and turn it into something that has direct economic benefit to the region is a huge tool for us to break through that barrier and say, we're not talking about the whole world, we're talking about Northeast Ohio. So that's an asset that I use all the time. That's a fantastic output from Team NEO.
Great, thank you. Mike, do you want to tell us how important your organization is and the kind of support they provide to the region relative to advanced manufacturing?
Sure, absolutely. So I apologize, either Mike or Steve said this concept of a trusted advisor, and companies have heard or slightly educated, if they're not already in this journey of smart manufacturing, and I'll pivot back, but they've heard some things. But if you call up a vendor that makes a cobot, you're going to get a cobot. If you call up a vendor that makes online machine monitoring, they're going to install that. So the real question is, when you look at a manufacturer, each one's different and unique, as you sort of shared, and it's like, what is their bottleneck? What is the ROI that they can get incrementally? And that's where you need an expert that's unbiased. So that's sort of this group, and we do a lot of that. We talk to clients, referrals, a lot come from Team NEO, Manufacturing Works, GCP, but that first discussion is so important, is what is your business condition? So that's so critical, and that's really important. So what I'd ask you to think about, and this is what we do. So there's an education element, which is all of us, that we have people open their doors, Magnet hosts tours at excellent manufacturers that either have worked with Magnet or not, so they can see these best practices. Two, an individual manufacturer doesn't make a group decision. It's an individual decision of risk versus reward, and they're like, yeah, I read about it, but it's sort of scary because I've been doing this a certain way. Sounds like it could be better, but I've been very successful because growing manufacturers want to continue to grow. Those that are shrinking and dying, they just usually die because they've made those decisions in the past. So these growing manufacturers are a little worried about changing that secret sauce. So the next step is they talk to somebody. They maybe talk to somebody from another partner from Team Neo, or they talk to Mike, or they talk to us and somebody else that was successful, and they say, you know, I'll take a small risk. I'll do a pilot, just a small incremental test. It could be one cobot, or it could be maybe I'll put a machine monitoring system. We find those are the most common first steps, machine monitoring and a cobot for a routine operation. After they do that, they see the ROI and they start to expand. So I would offer that as a key thing that we do, but we're not the only ones. It's everyone in the community, and stepping back bigger on technology. If all of you remember additive manufacturing, you know, it's been around a long time. I see some heads nodding. Ceramics, with, you know, all of those ceramic things, but very much researched. And then it came into the plastics. What, 20 years ago is when the actually affordable additive manufacturing. For manufacturers now, small things that cost $200, you know, like for students or high schools have come more recently, but it's been out 20 years. But as Steve said, well, maybe he didn't say it, but a study was done on additive manufacturing probably 10 years ago by Team Neo, and people weren't taking advantage of it. Got to get the word out. Now they use it to develop prototypes, pilots, gauges, disposable gauges. So there was an arc there. The next arc was Mike talked about, smart manufacturing, Industry 4.0, sensors, things. As the prices come down, it becomes more affordable for the small to middle-sized companies. But that's been out for 10 years. 5 to 10 years, it's just like, it's a long incubation. But what's really happening now, and if you're interested, maybe the moderator will ask, but there's a new transition occurring. It's called digital manufacturing, which is digital design, digital lifecycle testing, digital manufacturing, digital thread connecting all the parts to a part size of one, and then bringing back the data from the field and incorporating that all back in a digital data stack. This is the way of the future. No one has realized it yet. The military is trying to accomplish that with the DoD to let manufacturers in the supply chain to tap in to have a part size of one, greatly accelerating the rev changes of those things. That is the future. It's just sort of started. So in the next 5 to 10 years, I would ask you all to get it out. Think about digital thread. It is coming.
Thank you very much, and I'll keep that in mind as we move forward in the conversation. Ross, what about GCP?
So I too have daughters, so I'll add that. I would say I'll answer this by saying the strength of GCP is more the strength of the organizations and the community. And with respect to the SEDS plan, I'll stick to kind of innovation and entrepreneurship, where a couple of years ago we started did a bit of a landscape for the region to try to bring attention to what does it look like in terms of research and development and innovation. One of the kind of surprises, I guess, for a lot of us as we looked at this was there are actually quite a few very large companies here who may have R&D and innovation centers across the region. We also realize there's roughly $2 billion of annual research spending across the business community, across the broader region, across the CSA. With respect to research at the institutional level, we look at NASA, hospitals, and universities like Cleveland State, University of Akron, Kent State, Case Western. Again, looking there, 2020, we were looking at a baseline, including venture capital as well, that was about $2 billion. That's all continued to grow over the last several years, and so this year we're looking at about $2.7 billion. That's non-corporate, but institutional research plus venture capital. So the first step there was, I think, starting to get a sense of what's out there and trying to bring more attention to that so that we can incentivize and try to connect more industry institutional partnerships, especially, where we can bring companies together with institutions like Cleveland State to ensure that the innovation being created here, whether it's institutional or corporate, is also fueling each other and fueling the economy together, and hopefully we retain more of that as it's being developed. We think of and talk about the dynamic businesses, and I guess when we get to advanced manufacturing, I would define that maybe, I don't know, everybody may have their own definition, but fairly broadly to say, hey, we're talking about the next stage, the next level, the next incorporation of technology, or developing the next technologies that are going to make manufacturing more efficient, more profitable. And also, we have, over the last couple of years, created some groups. So moving beyond CEOs that comprise our board to chief technology officers or heads of R&D as a means for when, especially I think even at those largest companies in the region, they're experiencing some of the same things as their smaller mediums, which is there's new technology and we're trying to figure it out. So you think of something like industrial automation, and I've heard this from several who would say, I don't know what I need. Is it, kind of to Mike's point, I think it was Mike or one of the Mikes that had said, if you call X, they're going to give you X as a solution. So with industrial automation, they're like, I don't know if I need people who know data real well that have worked in a manufacturing environment, or do I need one person that kind of knows data and mechanical engineering and bringing those things together, or do I need one for each side? What kind of expertise do I need at each factory, or can I have it at a corporate level? So bringing some of those companies, their peers together, has been a mechanism or a tool that we've provided to hopefully help with some of the sharing of best practices on a regional level, which I think some of that can be somewhat unique, at least in my perspective, having previously worked for a national trade association. We looked at, it was industry-based, we're talking about these challenges, but having a cross-section of manufacturers across different industries. Some are competitive, some not. I think it's been an interesting journey there, and also being able to incorporate the heads of research from the universities into those conversations as well. And the other side of that, I would talk, as I think about advanced manufacturing, may also be sustainability. And we can think about that in the context of, again, whether you're talking about efficiency, the reduction of waste, or the reduction of energy and other inputs. These are things that we would consider as part of that. And so we've got a corporate sustainability leaders group as well that has been formed over the last couple of years. Again, sharing best practice, trying to, because these are new areas that a lot of, even the largest companies, are trying to adapt to and to figure out.
Thank you. It's common knowledge that Greater Cleveland is very strong in manufacturing. In fact, 50%, or about 50%, of our gross domestic product, GDP, involves manufacturing. That means the other 50 is banking and insurance and healthcare and everything else that we're good at here in Northeast Ohio. But 50% is manufacturing. Tell us, anybody, I'll let you self-select, tell us what makes our region strong in manufacturing, and then second part of that question, what will make it stronger? So you can answer first part, second part, both parts. Any volunteers? Yeah,
I'll go.
Ross.
So I think it goes back to the heritage and the history here. I like to tell a story. I'm relatively new to the region, actually about 5 years. I came right before the pandemic. And one of the things that struck me as I joined GCP, and I also like history, you look at the heritage of the region as being one that has driven and drove an industrial revolution, not just for Ohio or for the country, but for the world. And you had people like J.D. Rockefeller, Standard Oil, companies like Cleveland-Cliffs, Sherwin-Williams, Goodyear, and Lubrizol, all being established here. These are Centurion companies that were based and started here and have these roots in Cleveland and Northeast Ohio. I'll add Goodyear to the mix to make sure I get good geographic diversity here. But you look at that strength, and that has continued, and I see that as, especially in interacting with so many of them over the last couple of years, that there is this renaissance, or the next revolution is also being driven by the companies, the businesses, and the institutions that are right here in Northeast Ohio, and the rest of the panel is probably well aware of some of these things too, but and I'll go to, again, sustainability or clean technologies and reference an example of Cleveland Cliffs, who, again, has a great example of a very dynamic business. It's grown from a couple billion in revenue to more than 20 billion in revenue in just several years, and is now kind of the talk of the town, not just talk of the town, talk of the country as it relates to steel making and the innovations that they're developing, both with university partners, with national labs, to develop methods for making steel in within, we'll call it greener context. They use the term green steel. Another component of that is the electrical steel that they make, right? So that is a key component for electrical motors as well as transformers. So that's just one example. I'll give one more, which is Lincoln Electric, another Centurion company. John C. Lincoln had a portfolio of patents for electric vehicles in the early it was like 1911, I think. And now you look at, and that's another company where if we look at manufacturing, they've got one of the largest additive manufacturing capabilities in terms of the size of what they can make, and is also then pivoting, as again, I'll use the term dynamic business, but they're pivoting and innovating into new areas using those capabilities that they have, example being EV charging stations.
Yeah, that's terrific. Being in NOAC is in the business of EV charging stations, we invested our own probably $4 million in implementing EV charging stations in public spaces, and that'll cover about 35 of them. And then we just received a $15 million grant in order to deploy another 60 or 70 more charging stations. And interestingly enough, the first time we put it out for bid, we didn't get any successful bidders because none of the charging stations were made in the USA, and they needed to be per the federal regs. So we were very thrilled when we heard Lincoln Electric is back into the business of electric vehicles.
I wanted to sort of tag onto your comments a little bit, and so the data, and also probably empirically or subjectively, why is manufacturing strong in Northeast Ohio or in Ohio in general? I mean, if you think of the states, California is #1 in total manufacturing employment. Texas is 2, Ohio is 3, Northeast Ohio is the bulk. Very interesting. So I would propose, or there's 2 real reasons. One is small to middle-sized manufacturers, which there's an incredible number of them in Northeast Ohio, generate. The data would support 70% of the jobs are generated by small to middle-sized manufacturers. That's one reason that it is so strong, is that community is there. The second is the talent. I mean, there's a strong recognition that Ohio makes things. There's other centers that don't make things. They do very valuable things. They do research or Research Triangle, or there's all sorts of, there's investment centers, there's the New Manhattan, but Ohio makes things and has a strong legacy of making things. I'd offer that as point 2. And the talent is there. That's what their passion is. 3, and lastly, I would say, due to the reasons that you sort of indicated with the legacy companies, we've developed a variety of manufacturing verticals. It's not like all our manufacturers are automotive, or it's not that they're all something. We have, if you look around, we have rubbers, we have metals, we have polymers, we have injection blow molders, we have chemicals, we have things, so, and those could range on chemicals, as an example, from the oil refineries and oil and Lubrizol and all the things, all the way down to chemicals you put in tubs and caulks and whatever. So we're very well, have a good variety and not risky. So therefore, I guess the last thing I'll mention is that when we think about all those industries and transforming them and talking about technology and going forward in this panel, it causes those companies to have to retool their workers. Because if you're a worker and you're working at a certain technology level, or a manager or an engineer, these new technologies need to be learned. And there are resources in the region for that. Great institutions like this and others for engineers, and keep them in the region. Number two, for the workers on the shop floor, there's tech creds and other things from the state so that they can get that training. And so as this goes along, my belief, it's ultimately the talent. The talent here that's local is what drives us.
If I could talk a little bit about in the future, the numbers that Mike and Steve referred to, I believe it's 14,000 manufacturers in the state, and the overwhelming vast majority of those are small companies. I think the IoT report said 94% in Northeast Ohio are under 100 employees. And we've heard the economic impact they have. And part of the challenge we have is that they're too big to fail, but oftentimes they feel too small to serve. And so I think the future comes when they band together, when we're able to get manufacturers to change some of their historical ways of protecting their businesses, of being holed up in their plants. I just had lunch last week with a plant manager, second generation business owner out in Avon, who is starting to come out. He's going to be part of some of the community building that we're doing. There's some events that are happening. And he said to me last week, he said, I've spent 3 decades in this company, and I had no idea what was outside, what was available to me, what resources were available through the community colleges, through the universities, through these other programs. And so he said, anywhere you lead me, I'll follow. Like, I need to get out, I need to share, I need to learn and think differently. So I do think that essentially the historical way I believe that people have looked at technology, and it's been sold this way, and I'm a recovering solution provider, so I don't mind bashing the way technology solutions are sold, is that it's the end-all be-all, right? That you buy this and your problems are solved. And that's not the way it works at all. So I think people are going to have to band together. They're going to have to understand where being digital means for them as a business, right? Just the way all of us do for ourselves, right? We all have a level of trust and distrust and anxiety and excitement about adopting new technologies. My parents don't have Venmo, will not put a credit card on the internet. I have to mail checks to my kids if they want to celebrate birthday parties and stuff, which is their choice. That's fine, but it inhibits them from doing certain things. And it's the exact same way it is today with manufacturers. What level of digital do they want to be? And then how do you go down the path and say, I trust the vision and I trust the people around to help me make those decisions as to where I can go. And I do think there's significant value in learning and sharing together. And instead of waiting for the technologists to solve the problems and you go buy that shiny widget, you take control for yourselves, you share with others, you learn from each other, and you have resources in the appropriate way and time to figure out where technology fits.
So I'll answer the why are we strong now just from a slightly different lens, and I very much agree with what all my colleagues said. We were very fortunate to have this part of America really be the hub of the industrialization of America. And with that, we have a, dare I say, unmatched transportation and utility infrastructure that our manufacturers are able to leverage. And with that came very integrated supply chains serving a number of different sectors, many of which Ross mentioned earlier. And I think that has allowed our region to become just a very competitive place for companies to expand rather than leave, and a number of companies to invest, in particular from an FDI standpoint. What will make us stronger? I certainly think companies realizing that if they invest in digital transformation, they will become more valuable. We're very fortunate here to have an organization like Magnet they get up every day trying to figure out what can we do to make a manufacturer more valuable. So I think if manufacturers, as long as we as a system can help de-risk that investment and make manufacturers more confident in that, I think will be important. And then the second piece, which is going to be a common theme, is raising awareness among our small and medium-sized manufacturers on how sustainability, circular manufacturing, clean tech is going to impact their competitiveness. Deloitte recently did a survey, and 44% of the companies that responded indicated that they are going to require their supply chain to implement sustainability processes in their work. But it's not just in the manufacturing of goods, it's also in people. I'm a Deloitte fan, I guess, because another Deloitte survey of millennials and Gen Z, the respondents, 55% of the respondents said that before they take a job with a company, they do research on that company to try to understand what their values related to environmental impact look like. So that's a talent opportunity that I think we all need to be thinking about, because industries aren't the only ones necessarily that create industries. People create industries, and we need to make sure that we can attract and retain those people.
Thank you, and thank you for mentioning transportation. Obviously, as NOACA, having transportation be about 80% of its business, it's very critical when we think of transportation as part of a solution. And, you know, when we say transportation for manufacturing, we're talking about railway, we're talking about trucks, we're talking about seaway and air. And you think about all the assets that we have in this region. We have the first municipal airport in the country. We have access to the St. Lawrence Seaway, and not only that, we have the only shipping to Europe, to Antwerp, out of the Great Lakes. When you think about our highway system, or particularly the road network for the trucks to carry the freight, this was somewhat by accident that we overbuilt our system. Our system was built for about 1 million more residents than we actually have yet, and I keep saying yet because when they come, we're all going to look really brilliant in how we designed the system. Nevertheless, the system works really, really well for freight and manufacturing and other aspects of business. So we do have a lot of assets to the region. So next question is, what kind of needs are we hearing from the manufacturers? What are we hearing?
I can tell you what we're hearing is two things very plainly. It's workforce and supply chain. Everybody's dealing with workforce challenge. I mentioned that I've been in industry about 35 years, and the first 20 or so of those were on the industrial automation side, and it was something changed in 2020 with the pandemic. A number of things obviously did. One of the things that changed is the conversation went from, we don't want to talk about automation because you're talking about replacing people, to we don't have enough people, we need to automate, right? We need to take the people that we have, and instead of making them capable of servicing one area, they need to be able to cover 3 parts of the plant. We are not only not able to expand our workforce, we don't have enough people to begin with. So workforce has been absolutely huge, continues to be, will continue to be. But then there's also a push on how do the local manufacturers find new business. It's hard for manufacturers, especially smaller companies, to expand, and there's plenty of opportunities right now with the Defense Industrial Base and the Navy and all sorts of programming and people that are looking. We have Intel coming into the state, obviously, so there's a lot of prospective large organizations that need suppliers, but a lot of these suppliers are saying, we don't know how to go find that business, and it's a real challenge for them.
Can I ask a question maybe as a follow-up, and then you all can answer, as well. What about reshoring, and how does that affect the supply chain in Northeast Ohio?
Yeah, I'm no reshoring expert by any stretch, but I do know that there's opportunities there. That certainly the appetite for it is much stronger nowadays, and there's a huge push for us to be able to make things locally. And I've seen some research showing that financially it's actually more effective to build things here locally as opposed to always just shipping things around the world. So yeah, I think big reshoring is another opportunity. But again, I think the manufacturers themselves feel like, how do we go take advantage of that? How do we let people know what our capabilities are? Or could we let people know, these large organizations, these large supply chains, know what the capabilities are within the region collectively that could potentially draw them in and knock down some of the barriers to making those connections?
Yeah, we definitely saw some weaknesses in the supply chain during COVID, and particularly with China. And so I think that is an opportunity for us here in the United States and Ohio, and specifically Northeast Ohio. Anyone else want to weigh in on the needs of manufacturers?
Yeah, definitely. I would like to make a comment on reshoring. And what we've seen, and again, my viewpoints are just what I've observed with small to middle-sized companies, is if they have a unique product and they can be flexible and quick, they are able to penetrate some of those outside markets and get them. If they make a commodity like a cold forged screw or something like that, that's going to be very hard to compete in the world market. So yeah, companies that have good niches, we know them. They can take over those, and they also export and bring jobs to Northeast Ohio. One other thing, I mean, just a little known fact is I just was thinking about what Steve said and what you said about transportation. Small to middle-sized companies, again, not ports where you bring in major containers like maybe on the coast, but trucking, just trucking and trains. The majority of the market for all of the United States is within one truck of Northeast Ohio. I mean, you get the whole eastern seaboard, and you don't get California. So it's an incredible place to live and to be a manufacturer. But what are we hearing at Magnet? So I would agree definitely about the talent shortage. It's no surprise. Nobody can find enough people. I'm a baby boomer. You know the percentage. Most of us will all retire or die pretty soon. That's just what happens. And there's not enough kids coming back up through the schools, no matter how good we do on talent. You look at it, the birth rates went from what, 3 to 4 per human when we had population growth back in the 60s and 70s, to now it's like 1, and the births are occurring later, like 25 to 30 years old instead of 18. So that's not going to change unless there's sea level changes, to immigration and those kinds of things, which probably we won't address here. But in any case, the solution is, number one, to utilize your workers, that you have. And there's two things that we're finding that are good solutions for the next time period. One is automation industry 4.0 and upgrading your workers to use the technology. And the other is culture. Not all companies have a good culture. And if people enjoy working there, and there's the thing called the Gallup poll, and you can go get the data, and there's 12 characteristics and all that stuff. But if your culture of a company is good in terms of basic questions, do I like coming to work? Do I have a friend at work? There's a lot more technical questions too. But if the culture is high on those rankings from the Gallup poll, those companies see at least 30% more output per employee, and also very low turnover. And if you think about turnover at companies, every time you turn, it costs about $17,000 to $20,000 to recruit somebody, retrain them, plus let alone the fact that they don't come up to speed right away. So those are some things that we're seeing, let alone for engineers, like graduates of this great school and others in our nation. If they see a bad culture and then they leave the region, that's going to be a huge loss. So I would propose to you, those are some things that we're seeing that the more preeminent manufacturers are taking action on so that they can retain their talent and also implement the advanced techniques.
So I'll answer it again from a slightly different lens, because I do think I very much agree with what Mike said with regard to talent and supply chain. And our region and really our country and the world experienced unprecedented supply chain disruptions with COVID, which makes reshoring a very real thing, along with supply chain diversification for many, many manufacturers. I think one of the things that manufacturers maybe need, and sometimes it's said and sometimes it's not said, is capacity to step back and look at the bigger picture. I think Mike made a great observation with regard to what their culture is and to what degree that is driving their ability to attract and retain talent, to what degree that is driving their ability to increase their productivity and profitability. So I think that is certainly one. I think also from that big picture capacity standpoint, kind of the time and willingness to have a conversation, let's say with Magnet, about how reconfiguring their lines, a small investment in looking at reconfiguring their lines can have an ROI that's met rather quickly and increase their profitability and put them in a position to make more money and become more valuable. Unfortunately, a lot of the small companies that we talk to, the CEO is also the plant manager the head of HR, the lead janitor, and the parking lot repairman. And they don't necessarily have the luxury of time to take a step back and think beyond next week, let alone 3, 5, 10 years down the road. So trying to have a conversation with them about the importance of looking at materials that are recyclable or coming up with clean sources of power to run their shop, or think about how wastewater is managed coming out of their shop. They unfortunately don't have the luxury of time, which then impacts their interest in that. So trying to figure out how we can help them with that, I think, is a magnificent need of both theirs and ours.
Ross?
Yeah, I actually thought of something that I should have mentioned in the previous question here, which is the region's strengths. And one of those in particular, I think, is this collaboration across economic development, across the public sector, and philanthropy, which I do believe is somewhat unique here across Cleveland, or greater Cleveland and Northeast Ohio. An example of which is that Steve organizes a group called the Smart Manufacturing Cluster, of which all of us are are participants in that, and I think Sophia is here too. But I think that alone, and sometimes I'm sure for Steve it feels like herding cats, but you know, and sometimes externally it can look like there's all this overlap, and there's been articles or discussion of there's too many nonprofits or too much of this stuff going on. I think the flip side of that is, well, there are a lot of resources, and these people are working together to impact, to make them relevant to the business community, as well as to driving a more, driving the economic growth for the region. So that I would say, and then the other strength there, you'll have later, I believe, the panel with folks from the NSF engine, the Tech Hub, or both NSF engines. That sort of industry institutional partnership and collaboration is a huge strength, I think. And what you may not hear during their panel is that each of those organizations is also partnering on each other's big initiatives and alliances. So that coordination, it seems to really run through a lot of the activities. We're seeing a lot of that. And also, Steve, I'm going to give a plug for your event next week, if you don't mind. So Steve and Team Neo.
Go right ahead.
Yeah. Future-proofing event, which Team Neo is organizing, and we're happy to be a supporter of that as well. But I don't know if you want to tell them.
Sure. So earlier this year, the Fund for Economic Future published its Green Economy Report, and one of the elements of that report was the critical importance that we as a region do what we need to do to future-proof our manufacturers. And you're hearing this common theme, future-proofing in the wake of this green economy, and what that means to companies, what that means to small and medium-sized manufacturers, as well as large manufacturers. So next Wednesday morning, I believe beginning at 8 a.m., we have a half-day session. We're featuring the National Practice Leader for Sustainability from KPMG. We have a very esteemed panel of business leaders that are involved in some of these initiatives that my colleagues on this panel have spoke of. And we have a business leader from Battle Motors down in Tuscarawas County, who are all going to share a lot of insights and trends and things that companies can be thinking about. And furthermore, give us the opportunity to build networks among these companies so that they can learn from each other and we can chart a path forward as a region. So it'll be next Wednesday. It's taking place at Corporate College East, and you can go to our website, northeastohioregion.com, and perhaps you can come up to me or my colleague, Sophia Long, who is also a triathlete. There we go. She's waving back there, and learn more about the event. So thank you, Russ.
Cool. We're looking forward to it. So I'll answer your question now, Grace, this one, which was the needs. I agree with everything I've heard. I've heard some of these things as well. And the other, I would add, which isn't always explicitly mentioned, and sometimes it is very directly, is money. You know, we need, if you want us to invest in new things, we want to invest in new things, we need some more money to do that. I think that's where we kind of tie this back to to EDA or federal funding, and that's one mechanism along with the state to help drive the sort of and catalyze this sort of growth, whether it's retooling a line, investing in your talent. Money is always something that's there. I guess I've come to appreciate that more over the past year especially. And one more is that I was actually, I don't necessarily say surprised, but pleasantly, it was pleasant to hear as we meeting more with different new companies that are here that are quite large, even their interest in working with institutions, whether that be NASA or with the universities, and not really knowing totally, how to do that all the time. And so I guess the need would be, how do we do it? Who do we talk to, and what's the real relevant thing there that's going to help solve our challenge? So.
Thank you. I'm going to remind you of the manufacturing strategies that I ticked off earlier from the SEDS, which is support educational efforts to educate and train the workforce, place manufacturing on the civic agenda, support manufacturers' adoption of current technological advances, and support entrepreneurial activities in manufacturing. Thinking of those strategies, which, and probably all of the strategies, which are you employing in your work, and how is that impacting the overall work that you do, and particularly to support the SEDS? Yes.
So I will share a story of a manufacturer. You may not know the name of the company. It's called Haltech. Some of you might know, they're in Alliance, and they make very specialized valves for tires, for military. These can be very large valves, and they're very precise. They have to be assembled in a certain way with certain torques, and there's O-rings, and they have to have a digital twin of that part. But that's not the story. So the story I wanted to share with them was that it didn't have to be Magnet. I want to be sure you hear that, but it just happened to be that we got a referral from another partner, and we went out and talked with them, and they had a manual operation where they had about 8 or 9 people assembling one product line of these valves, with big stacks of things and screwdrivers and hammers, and they were making good product, but they had a certain fallout rate, and they said, gosh, there's got to be a better way. Probably is, right? And they did an ROI on that, and everything has to pay, money. They didn't need $1 million or $2 million, and we assisted them and built them a machine to do that same task with making that digital twin. It cost, say, somewhere in the range of $500,000 for that machine, and the ROI was there. And they said, and they had no other automated machines, and so that was more than an automated machine, as you shared. It had digital sensors, cobots, robots, vision systems, but whatever. And then they said, I'm getting the bug for this thing, because they're a pretty big company out there, and they had other product lines. So then they had us build them another machine. But, and it's similar type results. They actually, as you might imagine, those 7 people, because now you only needed 1 person to tend the machine, those great 7 workers, they have a good culture there, were rededicated, because they can't find enough people. The second machine, won't go into the details. But then, our mission, and probably the mission of everyone around this table, is that we want to build those companies, not that they just become like dependent on Magnet or another vendor, and we'll just keep going there and getting money. No, they said, hey, this is great, now we know. So they took the technologies that was in those machines that we helped them with, the sensors, the control systems, the I/O devices, and they hired now 9 engineers. They only had 1 before, so they hired 9 engineers. Don't really need Magnet right now. That's okay. That's good. They hired 9 engineers, and wait for this. Now they started designing smart products. The first step was smart manufacturing, which is to sensor your machines, but you can also sensor your products, which is another higher level, which is Internet of Things, which we could talk about at another time. But they launched a new product, which was based upon tire inflation. And what that was is, you may see the pilot now, if some of you have seen it, they partnered with Dealer Tire, and when you drive your car in, it goes upon a visual inspection of your tire tread so that you can get a report, a digital report for your tire tread on how much wear there is, and it also inflates them all, gets your inflations, and then it can tell you how many thousands do you have left to till your tires run out. Now, if you think about that for a moment, it might be, why did they do that? Well, they did it for two reasons, because you go to the tire store, that's probably the worst experience other than buying a used car, because first thing they're going to tell you is you got a bad tire, you need 4 new ones, right? And you're like, what? And maybe you're, somebody from your family, your kid, your spouse, whatever comes home, you need 4 tires, and they already got them done, right? And don't even know. This way they give you that report, it's printed out, it's on paper, you get the data. Then you can take it home and talk about it, and you might say, well, that tire, I can just get 1 tire because it'll be full, and then I can wear the others down. Maybe you had a tire wear problem in the upper front. So with data and the digital thread, but guess what? With that, you need engineers from great universities like this, and they had to upgrade their workers to build those new machines. So I would say that was a very long story. I super apologize, but I wanted to say that digital can cause more business to occur, and I wanted to put a plug in for universities like this right here. Where is Ben, right? And Matt is somewhere. Where's Matt? I know I see him. Matt, this is what's going to drive us in the future, is that these engineers that can drive the business and the culture of the future is not the old engineers. I mean, I don't know how to do this stuff. I'm a chemical engineer. But you got to know these new digital techniques. And so I want to put that plug in for Cleveland State and the MDIS Center. You're doing some things that are so important here to the community to bring this new talent on for the next future. Thank you.
Sure. Anything else on regional strategies? Steve,
So I would say there's probably, of those you listed, I'll speak to a couple of them on what Team NEO is doing. So we'll start with the talent. We're fortunate through our outreach activities as well as the transactional work that we do with hundreds of companies each year to really have a pulse on what the forecasted job demands and skills demands look like. So with that data, we are able to convene what we call a Talent Development Council, which includes a number of institutions of higher education, corporate colleges, workforce development, sector partnerships, and the like, to ensure that there's a heightened awareness of what the market is telling us so that we can do those things to help meet that demand by providing supply. We call it aligning opportunities. Each year we publish a report that takes a look at what our talent ecosystem is putting into the pipeline and compare that to what the demand is looking like so that our region can respond accordingly to meet that demand. Then I would say the other thing that we're doing is certainly the Smart Manufacturing Cluster platform, really utilizing our outreach and the outreach of partners throughout the region to raise awareness of the capabilities that exist across this system, across this ecosystem, so that we can plug companies into these opportunities to innovate, into these opportunities to become resilient in the sectors that they serve so that they can ultimately maintain or grow their competitiveness within their markets.
If I could just add one thing, I'd be very remiss if I didn't talk about the work that we're doing here with Ben, with Matt, with the MDIS Center through an EDA grant to help drive digitization of Ohio manufacturers securely at scale. I think I got that right, guys? Essentially what we're doing is we're engaging the manufacturers in the region, building networks, sharing knowledge, and helping them, give them a playbook as far as a language. We're leveraging the National Institute on Smart Manufacturing's road mapping tools to basically build a vocabulary and educate the manufacturing base on how they themselves can understand the role and the value and the fit of technologies in their business. And so we're building cohorts of learning, communities of practice, things like that. And it's specifically as in connection with the EDA grant being executed here through this center.
Great. Since we were talking about higher ed, what can higher ed do more of to engage and support some of the work?
I didn't goof it up. I'll tell us another story and of some success, and it could be mutated a little bit or different in each region, but one way is through the sector partnerships. In every major community, there is a sector partnership where manufacturers get together along with the educational community, high schools and others, and they talk about what type of curricula is important for the manufacturers in that local region to have in the high schools and in the associate degrees so that they could be effective in their jobs. Now, they're going to find similarities between the different regions, but some have local flavors. So the story I'll give you as a quick example is down in Medina County, there's a lot of metalworking, but there's also other things. But there's, in the community, some of the presidents of the companies, Welzer, Keystone, and others, have sort of stepped forward to say we need to build talent in this community. And they're putting money of their own up to make this to happen in collaboration with the high schools and also with the, which happens to be tri-state, there's a tri-state location there in Brunswick, for those of you who know that. So they're forming this collaboration. It probably will be a sector partnership, but I guess the key thing is that if it's manufacturer driven, that's sort of the value for the high school, because they can hear directly from manufacturers, and then manufacturers will, can come to the high school and share what they do, and it's the beginning of that energy for the high schools. You mentioned high school. What can they do? The educators should be engaged with the manufacturers, which is then they can easily place the students. So I would offer that's one way.
That's terrific.
So I think an additional way is to keep doing what we've really seen a lot of recently, and that's find more ways to do more things together as higher education institutions, not acting in silos. The partnerships that we've seen come together between CASE and CSU with regard to the Jobs Ohio Innovation District, the partnerships between Cleveland State, CASE, University of Akron, and Kent State with the polymer industry cluster work. The partnership that emerged in the wake of the Intel project. Intel announced that it was going to be investing $100 million into talent development, and universities in Northeast Ohio came together to develop curriculum so that we could have a workforce that would become very attractive to suppliers of Intel. So I'm very pleased with kind of that level of openness to collaboration. Our universities aren't operating in silos. They're operating for our collective good of advancing regional vibrancy, and I think that's a great thing, and I hope they keep doing it.
Just one other thing I would add that we see nationally, certainly the research is critically important, but also there's I think there's the ability to learn from other universities around the country that are doing micro-credentials and stack credentialing and things along those lines to be more responsive and I guess quicker to get specific skills and such taught up. So there's a big push. I know there's some programs that are being called out as leaders in that, so people can learn from others and work, like Steve said, in collaboration for taking the best of the best or best approaches and replicating those.
The one last thing that I would add, and this is an opportunity for all of us, not just higher education, is try to figure out what we can do to help students that are in the higher education ecosystem stay here. How do we get them involved in this economy while they are in school so that they stay here? If our college graduate retention rate was at the U.S. average, I think that would mean 3,600 new people into our workforce each year, which is a formidable number. So let's try to figure out how to retain that. There's really good work being done by the Cleveland Talent Alliance to take a look at those opportunities, and I hope they're successful.
So I wanted to tag on to what you both just said there. I wanted to tag on maybe what Steve said just a moment ago is maybe who said they went in the Wayback Machine? Who said that? You said I'm going to go in the Wayback Machine for a minute. And back when I went to college, way back when, I graduated in 1982, and when we were in college, we were going to all the stuff. Like they had Society of Automated Engineers, and all the students would go. And then there was I happened to be a chemical engineer, so I went to the SAE, the Chemical Engineers, Chemical Society, and it was really interesting because I was just a student, but I could go there with the big guys. It's like the adults, and you go to their conferences, and it was really cool because you get to hear what they do, and it's like, wow, that sounds pretty cool. That's what I'm going to do. I was an engineer, and as I think about it, how do we? There may be some opportunities for us that through the universities, through the high schools, through the community, to get that word out more to the people graduating locally here. That hey, you can come into this community, and there's resources for you to be engaged and to be part of it, and perhaps maybe how they engage today might be a little different than me in the Wayback Machine, right? I would, 2 drink tickets and sit in your little spot. Now maybe everyone gets a drink ticket. Yeah, I don't know. But that's one thing. When you said that, boy, if we can think as a community how when people graduate from college, we want to have a active community for them that they want to stay because they're linked in. And so it just spurred my thought there because I know there's some things right now, but there could probably be more.
Speaking of more, we are running up against the clock a little bit, and so I've got one last question for you. And there's been a lot of collaboration at the federal level with and amongst federal agencies for awards. So when EDA has an opportunity, it's perhaps several of the federal agencies like USDOT or EPA weighing in on that review of those applications. So it speaks to the value of collaboration that our federal partners are showing us. Tell us a little bit about what you are doing to better collaborate with each other. Each one of your agencies are doing terrific work, and I know we've been really excited to hear about it. But what are you doing more of in working with each other? Or what would you like to do if you haven't?
Well, I think we can start, I hate to be the broken record, but I think the Smart Manufacturing Cluster Platform is a really good example of these organizations, each of whom have different capabilities, but trying to figure out where there are common threads that can be woven that can not only benefit the region, but also advance these organizations and their ability to serve the region. I think a good example could be not 2 to 3 weeks ago, Sophia Long on our team led a regional collaboration in pursuit of the SBA Regional Innovation Cluster grant program. So we took a look at the different industries that could qualify under the program, and we were very thoughtful around which of these industries would allow us to create a proposal that was inclusive of this ecosystem as possible so that we could get all of these partners involved in this opportunity. So we ultimately are pursuing an electric vehicle and automotive supply chain regional innovation cluster grant. So fingers crossed that it comes through in the affirmative, but it was a very highly competitive grant, so we'll see. But I think that's an opportunity. I think another opportunity or another example maybe that I'll share, and this is really a testament to some really great work that the GCP is doing, is convening an ecosystem to ensure there's heightened awareness of the federal dollars that are available out there so that we as a region are capturing more than our fair share. Each month, Ross and his team are convening a number of partners in industry, talent, infrastructure, and showing them, even when they're early stage awareness opportunities, what kinds of grants are coming down the pike, that as a region, we really need to mobilize ourselves and rally around. And we're finding more ways to then rally together, which if you've been in this ecosystem long enough, and this is my 18th year, I think, at Team NEO, that wasn't always the case. And we have a level of leadership and collaboration in this region right now, which is stellar, and it's really putting us in a position to capitalize on these opportunities that we have before us. So I'm thankful for that leadership.
I would second everything that Steve said because we partner with all the group here, and but I would add one thing that we Magnet, we're part of a national network called the Manufacturing Extension Partnership, and as such, we get some funding which comes out of the Department of Commerce through NIST and also other special funders, and from time to time, they have targeted funding opportunities, which are in addition to some of these joint efforts that Steve mentioned. And they allow us at Magnet, when we work with a manufacturer doing work, that fund allows us to sort of reduce the cost to the manufacturer for the work that's done. So as an example, we received some funding to help us with digital thread, which I mentioned is digital design, digital lifecycle testing, digital engineering, digital manufacturing, and data stack, a sizable funding opportunity, and that helps us when we engage with a client to do upgrading in one of those things to offset the cost they would normally incur with Magnet by, a significant percent. Say it might be somewhere depending on their needs, okay? So we can help to reduce that with this funding. And so just wanted to let everybody know we don't always have those funding sources, so we do receive them from time to time. We let our clients know, and also in partnership with the other partners, we participate. So it's a great opportunity for manufacturers to take risks with a little cost to frame it.
I would just say, just quickly, we're only a couple of folks here from a couple of organizations, and you think of the network effect that we have here. Like part of the cluster not represented here is YBI, right? Youngstown Business Incubator. They have a connection with America Makes. The first National Institute stood up under the Obama administration. Case Western Reserve's not here. They have a connection with Sesame, which was the 17th National Institute that was started. Manufacturing Works is the Lorain County Manufacturing Sector Partner, which takes us out into Erie and Huron counties, puts us in close connection with Lorain County Community College, which is part of OTN, the Ohio TechNet, the Ohio Manufacturers Association. So it very quickly, our networks multiply, expand, and we come back together under the umbrella of the cluster or just individually to say, here are opportunities, and we work the network the best we can to line up and support.
I was
Anybody
thinking more
else?
about the previous question, so I'll answer that one
Sure.
too, because I think so from my interactions, at least, Cleveland State's done a good job of this, so kind of being open to and viewing the relationship with businesses in the region as one that is not a transaction, but a valuable effort to put time into in order, and I think Richard's here, I saw him, I think in understanding what those needs are that they have for today, both in the short and medium to long term, and really trying to build, but whether it's curriculum or internship opportunities and programs, building that to meet the needs of industry as well. So I would say kudos there, and this piece of advice isn't for Cleveland State, but broadly, I would say to higher ed, is to really emphasize that and think of the business relationships as a mutual endeavor, and to try to not be super transactional there. And I'll give a specific example that I've heard a number of times, whether it's maybe with higher ed pursuing federal grants, where they would look for letters of support, right? And it tends to be kind of a short notice, hey, we need a letter, love to have your name on this. And sometimes less of a real dialogue around how can we help you. Maybe we can bring in additional researchers or pivot and try to create some things to be helpful to meet your needs, as opposed to the alternative, which might be, here's what we have, and I'm going to keep trying to sell that to you in different ways. But in general, I think I've seen with these consortia opportunities, industry institutional partnerships like the Engine, like the Tech Hub, and like the AI Manufacturing Institute that Mike's involved with Case Western in leading that, those are wonderful mechanisms that force and drive kind of this collaboration across both industry, the higher eds, and the nonprofit economic development and public sector.
One thing that triggered it, sort of both questions for me, but just a side note, we're very pleased. We use a lot of interns at Magnet that actually work at clients and do client work, and we find a great number of them from Cleveland State. We find them very practical, both in industrial engineering and also design work. So also the proximity is good. So that could be an area for secondary education to tap into the community, because for us, that's a great benefit. For the manufacturers, that's a great benefit. And then the second thing, just a personal sharing on my own behalf, I've had the pleasure to be on committees at secondary education at the University of Akron and the Polymers, at LCCC, and to be available as a sounding board when they look at curricula or other things. They're always looking for people to volunteer to come from industry to those committees. And I know probably most every secondary education is soliciting that, but I can tell you right now, in the ones I've been in, there's not a lot of people coming out. So I would strongly encourage the community, if you know manufacturing and you have a view, either a manufacturer or an organization, secondary education is looking for you to step forward to help them to define the things that we're talking about here today. And also, they're looking for guest speakers. I was asked multiple times to go up to Case in their business school to talk about manufacturing. They're looking for people from the community to come and talk about manufacturing. So there's so many opportunities. You know, I would really want to stress that. Please take the initiative. It's each of us, each of you can make a difference.
Great way to close this up. Thank you all very much, Ross and Mike and Steve. Thank you very much for your participation. Your organizations are doing terrific work, and we'd like to see more of it. And from NOACA's perspective, thank you very much for participating in the SEDS with us, and I believe most of you, if not all of you, are on our Economic Development Subcommittee, which came out of the SEDS plan. And so thank you very much for that participation as well. I will turn it back over to Molly. Thank you.
So thank you, everybody. This was a very robust discussion. I had like a number of questions in my head. Can we get a picture? Oh, absolutely, yes. We can get a picture. Eric, if you want to stand up and do that for us while I make these.
We're just thinking, boy, we get a picture, we've got probably people blogging here and everything like that.
We're very fluid here. We can absolutely adjust. But I actually think that, you know, taking the image of all of you together is kind of one of my last comments here, which is much of what was said. The robust, deep assets and strengths in this region that many of us don't know about, or the breadth of the ecosystem is sometimes difficult to keep track of, and understanding that. We hope that today's event serves as one outlet to get that kind of information out. But I would also offer up, and my dean is not here, but that, you know, this space here in the atrium was built for these kinds of discussions. So I would welcome continued partnership with our ecosystem intermediaries and partners, and maybe reach out to our Dean of Engineering about, you know, hosting other conversations and connecting to talent here at the university to continue to provide access to those who need our students, our research, and connection to other expertise nationally as well. So I will close with that and give everyone about a 10-minute break before we meet back here at 11:25 for the next panel.
Molly, I need to borrow you for a moment. I need to borrow you for a moment. Michael Jeans has sent a presentation.
Did he?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So he's, of course, his is different. His is a PDF. I'm showing you because I'm sure he won't know how to do it. Open the PDF. Full
Expand.
screen, and then you can run it like a PowerPoint.
Oh, okay. Hey, I didn't know that about a PDF.
So when are people going to start doing presentations? Whenever they get around to it?
Well, no, I put them together.
Oh, okay.
Can I make them loop?
You gotta go back to the originals and set them to do that.
Well, how do I do that?
That's this one?
Yeah.
Okay, let's make that one go away. Which one was that?
No, here, it's on my,
It's not one of these?
no. Matt gave it to me.
No, there's not. You lie.
CIPPO 2024.
This one or that one? No. Oh, this one.
And it's the higher ed panel slides.
Quit helping me. Let's see. So what do we got? 2 slides. We got transitions. After how long?
What do you think? 15, 10 seconds? 15?
At least 15.
Let's do 15 then.
Okay. It's annoying. They make this so much harder to do now.
Yeah, why? Didn't you just used to be able to hit that and it would do it?
It would, yeah. They decided to make it more of a pain in the ass. Loop.
I'm gonna go catch a couple of our speakers.
So I can just start this one right now then?
Yes. And I'll come back and grab my flash.
did. Yeah, this one, right? Oh, wait, it's rotating that one. I'll try to get it to pause on yours as you do the intro. This is something up there to take notes on or something I printed off. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, you can go ahead and sit. I was going to sit with you, but I kind of like this elevated. Also, just sit. Hello, hello. If you guys could resume or get back to your seats, we're going to resume here in about 30 seconds. Please, thank you. All right. I'm going to go ahead and get started. Take your time over there, Mike. I'll start with an introduction of myself, my background, and then get into it, let them dive into theirs. So the second panel here of the day is getting into higher ed. So Grace sort of alluded to it, a couple of questions at the end of the first panel. We're diving into that. We're going to dive even deeper. So this panel is higher education's role in advancing manufacturing across Ohio. My name is Matt Duplin. I'm the program manager for the MDIS Center. It's been mentioned a couple of times so far today. We are co-sponsor, coordinated this with Molly. The MDIS Center at CSU stands for Entrepreneurial Manufacturer Digitization Support. It's a mouthful, but it looks good on paper, and we were awarded an EDA grant in 2020, so that's really when we came about. I started on as program manager in early 2021. So background of that is it's really to promote manufacturing and partnerships with higher education, CSU, us at CSU, within manufacturing. So as program manager, I wear sort of three hats, or I play in three fields: higher education, economic development, but then also industry. So I'd like to consider the MDIS Center as the engagement arm for manufacturing, for industry, for the university. So my background is, prior to starting in 2021, I was a sales engineer with Lincoln Electric, a local company we've mentioned already, been around 110 years, 120 years, I believe. As a sales engineer, I covered the Chicagoland territory, so the greater metropolitan of Chicago, very robust, blue-collar, hard-working community, not far off from Cleveland. And in those 5 years, I sold predominantly to small to medium manufacturers. There's just not a lot of the huge builders and makers directly in that city range there. So I got to see firsthand the needs of such a variety of makers and manufacturers. I got to sell them solutions. which I enjoyed when they were willing to take on those solutions. It became very frustrating. Oftentimes you see manufacturers, they're just slow to adopt and adapt to the changes in technology and the changes in the environment. So after 5 years, I wanted to come back home for me as Northeast Ohio, and I wanted to get into this area of promotion of taking on new technology and forward thinking. So I'm happy to be a part of this panel today, which is looking forward and talking about the future of manufacturing. And I'm happy to have these people on the stage with us here today as well. So with me is Alethea Ganaway. She is the program manager of the Manufacturing Technology Center at Tri-C, right here in our backyard. We also have Jason Walker. He's the Director of Materials and Process at the CDME at Ohio State. That is the Center for Design and Manufacturing Excellence. And then we have our dean, who we heard from this morning, Dean Richard Schepoister, who's going to talk more about what's going on here on our campus in growth in the manufacturing space. So with that, I will start with you, Dean Schepoister. If you want to just give, again, your background and dive into what's going on here, and then that'll be topics that we get into in the next hour.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe try that other one.
Yeah, now you can hear me. Good morning, everyone. As he said, my name is Richard Schepoister. I've been the dean here now for about 2.5 years. I came here to Cleveland State because it is a downtown campus, and it is a place where there's a strong relationship and a strong tie and strong influence between the university and the community here. And that's, we just finished our strategic plan for the college, and I'm now engaged working with the university leadership on a strategic plan for the university. And a big part of the theme of both of those plans is the close ties of Cleveland State University with Cleveland and the community here. We want to be Cleveland's university. We believe that the future of Cleveland is dependent on CSU, and the future of CSU is dependent on Cleveland. So we believe that we're in this together, and so everything we want to do is we want to be responsive to what the community needs are. We want to be focused on building and supporting this community. I talked about our anniversary of 100 years, centennial, going back to our roots of serving the local manufacturing community at that time with the cooperative education, work-based learning. That's going to be a major theme for both the College of Engineering and the university going forward, working with the community and making sure that their needs are met, and we're providing opportunity to the upcoming graduates of our programs. So we're excited about that. We have many initiatives around manufacturing, working with the local community. I'm going to give you a non-manufacturing example first around construction as another major need, major opportunity here in this region. And I think it was like my second or third day here, I was approached by the Construction Employers Association saying they needed a construction program here, and we went to work immediately working on that, and we're able to get a lot of support from the community and the industry, over $1 million now in support for that, and we are getting ready now to open a new program in construction management and really going beyond that in terms of developing an institute that's going to help drive capital project delivery here in Northeast Ohio. And we're at the beginning stages now of doing the same thing in manufacturing as well. We talked about the MDIS Center as something that's supporting small, medium enterprises here in manufacturing. We've also partnered with a major manufacturer in this region, TransDigm Group, that is a multinational aerospace engineering manufacturing company, and we've secured over $1 million of support from TransDigm in the form of scholarships and in student support around manufacturing and aerospace applications of that. And so MDIS will be the vehicle for that, where we actually take our students and are being trained in the manufacturing area, both in the manufacturing capabilities that we have on campus, as well as the partnering with industry and getting them engaged in that as well. And so getting those workforce needs in there and working with the industry and making sure those needs are met are going to be a big part of what we do going forward. We have several more programs that are really excited, and I'll talk about those later as we go through the talk here.
Go ahead, Jason. So in the 2 slides you see rotating up here, Jason and Alethea provided a little background on their programs and what they do. So I'll try to get it to pause on Ohio State for you.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, I'm Jason Walker. So I have been starting with my undergraduate career. I've spent about 20 years in Ohio State's higher ed universities. So I was undergraduate at Case Western. I was a PhD at Toledo. I did a postdoc at Ohio State. I was a professor of manufacturing and mechanical engineering at Youngstown State, and now I'm back at Ohio State. So I'll try to weave in my different perspectives to some of the different answers. But I'm mostly talking about my current role now, which is at CDME, and I'd like to introduce a little bit about what the Center for Design and Manufacturing Excellence is and what we do. We are an entity at Ohio State we operate kind of like an engineering consulting firm. And there are a few things that make us unique with respect to university entities and with respect to kind of attacking this problem of manufacturing. In our center, we do not have any faculty officially affiliated in the center. We are 35-ish full-time engineering staff, and we are supported, and really the backbone of our workforce is about 130 undergraduate students, paid undergraduate interns. We execute engineering and research and development projects directly for industry clients. We also write grant proposals and partner with other universities and partner with industry and execute grant-funded research. We have about 80% of our students are coming from different engineering disciplines. So that could be mechanical, aerospace, welding, material science, civil, whatever. But we have about 20% of our undergraduate interns are coming from non-engineering or even non-STEM backgrounds. So we operate, as I mentioned, like our own little company within Ohio State. We're all soft money. We have to make sure that our center is financially solvent. And in order to run ourselves like a little business, we have business students and finance students and accounting and marketing that also help us out with all aspects of running our center. I think I guess I could give a little more background. So we have, in terms of getting students experiential learning opportunities, we operate about 47,000 square feet of hard manufacturing space. We have a metal casting foundry, welding equipment, metal forming, plastic injection molding, metal additive manufacturing, electrical engineering, cybersecurity, biomedical implant development, all of these different kind of sub areas of manufacturing. So I run the materials and process division. My division focuses mostly on traditional manufacturing processes, but augmenting those with new and emerging technology. So I run the metal casting foundry, metal forming, plastic injection molding, welding, but a lot of what we do is implementing things like 3D printed tooling, sensors, all of the Industry 4.0 stuff that was kind of recently mentioned in the previous talk. And I think we'll get a little more into what we do as we go.
Yep. Alethea?
Hello. Okay, there we go. Good morning, everyone. I just want to make one correction. My title is not Program Manager of Manufacturing Technology Center. That is actually the building I am in. So my title is Program Manager Engineering. And I actually have an interesting story when we talk about my background, and I do like to share So I have no degree in engineering. My undergrad degrees are from Kent State in history and architecture. And then my master's degrees are both from Cleveland State in history, in urban planning, design, and development, and I'm working on a PhD in urban studies. But I also do hold the SME certificate for additive manufacturing. So I started off my career at Tri-C, still running, and I still run our additive manufacturing program, which we were the first 2 or 4-year college or university to have a credit program in that. We received a $2.5 million grant from the Department of Labor, which helped us start this program. We launched in about 2015. There are 4 people on the grant, and I'm the only one left standing. I'm still here. Then we decided we need a fab lab. Okay. Then my boss at the time was like, you can run it. I said, okay. So now I run the fab lab too, which we still have that as well. And I also run STEM camps that we have for children that have ranged from molecular gastronomy to welding, drones. We do so many different things with the students, and I manage many other grants that we have in our collaborations that we do with other colleges and university. I think at this point I'm probably the longest person that's been in manufacturing. First I was in manufacturing, part of our workforce division. Now we're looking at how we put everything together. So I just do a lot of things, credit and non-credit at Tri-C. So I guess we'll dive more into a lot of what we do within our partnerships with the community. So not only working with employers, but also not just working with our traditional students, but working with College Credit Plus, working with schools. Although my background sounds very interesting, one of the things that I do like to do is talk to kids and talk to them about basically career pathways in manufacturing engineering. I think that sometimes we don't do enough of, and we don't see enough students going into that industry, and I think sometimes they just can't understand what that pathway looks like, and they think that manufacturing is dirty and they don't want to do it. We don't see a lot of women in there, minorities. So definitely, I think I have something that I can add. I don't look like your traditional person that's in manufacturing, and I don't look like the person that's probably running your additive manufacturing program. So that's me.
No, wonderful. Thank you so much for the background, and we're happy to have all of you. As you see up here is community college, is local 4-year to Northeast Ohio, and then is, I hate to say this, but The Ohio State University. I'm a graduate, so an alumni, so I can do that, but there's a diversity of size and impacts that they have in the community. So we'll get into a lot of different things, but you can see that representing Ohio is 3 great institutions. I want to get into that a little more because Ohio does have so many colleges and universities, big, small, doing so many different things. Could you expand on, and you all 3 have different backgrounds. Jason, you'd mentioned kind of yours at multiple institutions. Aletha, you mentioned yours, and Richard, you were, prior to this role, out of state, correct? So can you speak a little more to just the ecosystem of higher ed in Ohio and what you see where it is now? And at the end of this, I'm going to ask your forward-looking vision for that. But what are your thoughts? Richard?
Well, you know, I would say that higher education in general has been on a major transformation now for a decade or longer, and we're still in the middle of doing that. And that's really about being responsive to the needs of the next generation. We talked about the population demographics that's happening right now in terms of having fewer students graduating from high school and being that first year in college students. But at the same time, you know, Northeast Ohio is home to about 200,000 plus people with some credits towards graduation, but without a degree. And I think Ohio has over 1 million people across the state with some degree, but not, or some credits towards degree, but no degree yet. And so that, you know, that's something that we need to be responsive to figure out how we can attract those people back and get the value that they need out of their education going forward. And so a lot of what we need to do is change and respond to what their needs are and to the industry needs simultaneously. in addition to the lower numbers, there are, because of the perception of whether you actually need a degree going forward, is also hurting enrollments in both the community colleges and universities across the state and across the nation. And a lot of what's driving that is that that there's a lot of jobs out there that are no longer requiring degrees. You may know that both Maryland and Ohio now are states who's changed how they design their job boards for jobs across the states, where they no longer list them by degree requirements, but by skills requirements. And the whole purpose of that is sort of to drive the fact that, do we really need people with degrees? What we really need are people with skills. And as long as they have the skills for that, that's all they should need. And now that's happening at the federal level. You may have heard that Sherrod Brown is leading a federal legislative effort right now to do the same thing across the entire nation for federal employees, and doing the same thing where really sort of asking themselves, do we need somebody with this degree, or is whatever skill set do we need, can we get those people? And that's really a solution for finding the talent that you need, quite frankly, is making sure that they just have the skill sets. And I think that's a slow transition that academia has to follow on later on. And so this idea of micro-credentials is our first step in that direction, then, is by developing micro-credentials that have, as a result, industry-recognized skills that students can post on their resumes and on their LinkedIn pages and so forth, to really document the skill sets that employers are looking for going forward. So just in the manufacturing space, for example, one of the things we are working on is we, in the MDIS group, got our first micro-credential in smart manufacturing about 1.5 years ago. 2 years ago it came out as well. Right now, we talked about the work that Intel is doing, working with the universities. As a result of that, we are working with the same provider for that smart manufacturing to develop a semiconductor manufacturing micro-credential as well, too. And what we're doing in the College of Engineering is continuing to expand those micro-credential offerings, both ones that we offer and other ones that we have availability to, and we're embedding those into our programs. So being able to stack those micro-credentials into further degrees is really the future, way of the future. And I think long-term, at some point in the future, I think a bachelor's degree will just be a sum of micro-credentials. In fact, we're working on that now in a master's degree. CSU has a master's degree in environmental engineering and another master's degree in environmental science and a third one in environmental studies. And we're looking actually to combine those into a single master's degree in sustainability that will be essentially a micro-credential in environmental engineering and a micro-credential around environmental sciences and a micro-credential around environmental management and policy and so forth from our urban affairs, and you accumulate those micro-credentials, and then you'll get to come out with a master's degree at the end. So we are moving in that direction of providing those opportunities of being able to get the skill sets that you need for industry, and that way industry knows what they're getting to as a result, because when they're hiring those graduates, they'll understand the skill sets that are coming out of that as well. So I think that's a major transition that the universities are going to have to do over the coming years, and CSU is trying to be a leader on that.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up all those points. Micro-credentials, we'll get into the earn and learn in a second, but unique ways that universities have to pivot because there is an enrollment problem, and there was for a long time society pushing us away from the skilled trades, and now we're seeing a workforce deficiency in manufacturing partially because of that. So it is unique that micro-credentials and other programs and pivoting is helping universities keep up with these changes. I do want to get into a unique program, is the CDME. I should go a little more into what the MDIS Center is. We want to create an experiential learning lab on our campus. We started out as just engage with local businesses through our faculty, but without having a place on campus to do that, creating those direct engagements, especially when we started in 2020 and 2021 during the pandemic, was near impossible. So we actually got the same EDA grant again in 2023 this past November, and within the scope of that, it included building out a manufacturing lab. So we're in the process of doing that, and fortunately enough, last year I came across my alma mater that has been doing that for 10 years. So I graduated in 2015, and I think really the CDME really got up and running in 2015, 2016, which is unfortunate because I would have loved to have been a part of that and worked within that. I think it's a great model that students are able to work in this center. I was an industrial engineer, and I know you hire a lot of them or employ a lot of them. So could you dive into the CDME and where you think and how you think it could expand to other universities?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we see as another issue, not just lower enrollment across the board in engineering disciplines, but is lack of emphasis on basic manufacturing principles in engineering curriculum across the board. And that's been, can you guys, and that's, so lack of manufacturing in engineering curriculum has been something that has slowly evolved to get us to the point where we are today, because we have, first of all, offshored a lot of the manufacturing and kind of put that in the back of our mind instead of having it right at the forethought. But we've also been developing new technologies and new things that need to be added to the curriculum. And you can only have so many credit hours in any given degree program. We're stuck at 130 credit hours or whatever it is for a mechanical engineering degree. And over the past 30 or 40 years, we've had computers and computational modeling and CAD, and we have to teach programming, and we have to teach a class on additive manufacturing now, and we have to teach a class on computational fluid dynamics, and we have to teach a class on AI probably now. Well, to put all of those classes in the curriculum, you start taking out the classes that teach about extractive metallurgy and rolling and forging and how a metal casting foundry works and design for manufacturing and design for assembly. So those things are, you know, they might be one lecture in one manufacturing processes course that a student takes, but that goes in and out, right? And they don't apply it, and a lot of them don't necessarily see that in their internships and co-ops either. So what we try to do is we try to focus on those aspects in our center and in our projects. So I'd love to see a lot of that come back into the curriculum somehow. I'd love to see more manufacturing engineering majors and minors come back into the curriculum. But in the meantime, we are offering students another opportunity in addition to their coursework, in addition to whatever internships and co-ops they're already doing, that while they're in their fall and spring semesters primarily, working or going to school full-time, they can also work for us for 15 to 20 hours a week, and we put them on real projects partnered with industry, and we make them the workforce. They learn how to use whatever equipment is needed to solve the problem, whether it's, we'll teach them how to use a hammer, or we'll teach them how to use a plastic injection molding machine, or we'll teach them how to pour metal. Whatever they need to learn, we'll teach them. And we'll put them customer-facing in meetings, so they have to learn about project management and budgeting and how to get things done on time and how to send professional emails, and teach them that we can't all just communicate through TikTok. You have to be able to use email and answer the phone. So it's been up and down, and we've kind of found a steady state, or not even steady state. I mean, I would say we're growing now. We've found a methodology that works for us to find projects, to sell projects, and to hire good engineers and good students to work for us in order to execute those projects. So we have been, as Matt mentioned, we've been now kind of branching out, and we're looking at larger statewide programs, and there is interest from ODHE. We've executed a number of Ohio Department of Higher Education programs in the past, and there's interest from them, and they see the need and the value of these experiential learning type programs to communicate or expand what we've been developing at Ohio State to other institutions. So CDME and the MDIS Center have been having regular meetings, and we're currently developing a proposal, a large proposal for ODHE that will bring together 14 Ohio universities in order to build out a program that's similar to ours, but is more focused on developing and building prototypes for entrepreneurs, but doing it with an undergraduate workforce. So there's three primary aims in that program. So the first aim is we want to get the students the opportunity so that they can learn hard skills and soft skills in executing engineering and manufacturing problems. We want to give entrepreneurs in Ohio basically a prototype or a solution to whatever barrier they're currently facing. There's a lot of entrepreneurs who are stuck in this feedback loop of they talk to investors and investors say, yeah, we're interested, but we want to see a prototype. But they don't have money for a prototype, so they go to investors, and investors say they want to see a prototype. So we're asking for the state to fund this so that we can get that prototype to the entrepreneur to help them get past their barrier and continue growing their idea. And then the third benefit is to the state itself, right? We want to retain these students in Ohio when they graduate. So if we get them more involved in programs like this, they're going to build professional relationships and emotional relationships within the state of Ohio that is going to increase the likelihood that they stay here after they graduate. And we want to retain the technology that is going to be developed in Ohio. We want it to be commercialized here. We want it to be either grown in Ohio or sold to an Ohio company. So we want to make sure that those entrepreneurs don't go to Silicon Valley or to Austin, Texas. We want them to stay here and build companies here. And we want to do that with students from all over Ohio.
Great. So I think the network there and having higher education communicate across boundaries is hugely important. Similarly, at a community college level, can you speak, Alethea, to the Ohio TechNet and what they're doing at the two-year institution level and how two-year institutions are also pivoting with the changes in demand for higher ed?
Okay, first, I'll kind of start with how Tri-C is trying to kind of mush-mash everything together, for lack of better words. So, like I said, I was part of the workforce division. Tri-C is now going through a major overhaul. Before we had our centers of excellence, now we have our schools. So, I said before, I'm part of the School of Advanced Manufacturing, Engineering, and Computer Science. One of the things that we realize in speaking to needing skills, there's two ways you're going to get skills. You're going to get skills either on the job, or you're going to get them in a classroom, or your hands-on learning. And I think that puts us in a very unique situation for employers as well as for academia, because if you're looking for a job, if you don't have the skills, you're not going to get it, which means you have to go somewhere to get that. And I think we hear, especially for manufacturers, even before the pandemic, I remember someone from Rockwell found my number somewhere and called me and said, we need a training program. Our average age of the person on our manufacturing floor is 55 years old. Okay, well, what do you need? So they're telling us, and as you know, to create a program in academia is not exactly quick. It could take a year or more, and nothing really ever happened with that. And I think the pandemic happened, and then everything shifted. But we have to look at how we can have these unique pathways for people. We not only do we train incoming students, which is at Tri-C, the average age is 26 years old, but we also train the incumbent worker. So kind of what does that mean? That means people might come with prior learning, they may come with on-the-job training. So what we're looking at Tri-C is kind of twofold. So one, how do we take someone's past experience and apply it to the credential that they're trying to get now, whether it's associate's degree or certificate? Two, we have non-credit classes, which usually come with a different set of rules. So we could have, for example, a CNC class that's credit, and we can have a CNC class that's non-credit. So what's the difference? So they may learn the same thing, but their prereqs to get into the class could have been different, maybe English or math or something like that. So when they're coming back and they say, I was here 10 years ago and I took the CNC non-credit class and I worked in CNC and now I want to get my associate's degree and blah, 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 blah. Why do I have to take this class that I could probably teach? Well, you don't have the proper paperwork or you don't have the proper class to show that you should be above whatever you're telling me. So we're really looking at how we can advance students who may not have that traditional education and move forward at Tri-C. And I think that's really important. When we talk about Ohio TechNet, and I will say this, so I don't know a lot about it, what we do at Tri-C. I do know it also involves high school students. It also involves adults. I don't know a lot about what we're doing with the high school that's run by a different department. I do know with the employers recently, last summer, I used to manage our MSSC, our Manufacturing Skills Standard Council Certified Production Technician Program. We were able to run that class for a employer who wanted to get their incumbent workers trained. It was really great about that is the state reimbursed them for training their employers. So I do think that that was a really good opportunity. Unfortunately, those funds have run out. It would be nice if they could do that again. I think the next step when we think of skills is, I think people are gonna have to get trained in steps, right? So you start off, you go get your skills, you get a college degree or a short-term certificate or a micro-credential, and then you go to work. So maybe your next step in progressing, or also people always want to make more money. No one just wants to stay at the same wage. Like most people want to move up in the company. So what does that mean? So you could come back, and what a great opportunity if states or companies were able to have assistance with retraining their incumbent workers, getting them more skills, and things like that.
Wonderful. So all of the three kind of major programs we talked about, micro-credentials, the CDME program, that unique hiring students part-time, and also just incumbent workers, getting them back into the systems, all that really requires manufacturer feedback and input. You don't just create these things because it sounds fun and great and the students are going to love it. You do it because the need is there and the industry provides that feedback. But oftentimes manufacturers can be a little siloed in what they're doing and they're not getting as heavily involved. So question for the group is, how can manufacturers better integrate themselves into higher ed to create that symbiotic relationship to where the programs certainly benefit them and they're benefiting from a better trained student? Go ahead, Alethea.
One of the things I think is really important is, one, participating on advisory committees. We definitely need that input, someone who's dedicated to coming to a meeting a couple times a year, sitting down, sharing what they do, listening to what higher education is doing. And two, one of the things that I can say that I've been lucky is having a really good additive manufacturing advisory committee. Over the years, that this program, I think, has gone through 3 or 4 iterations where I'm constantly looking at new technologies, how we can improve the classes. But I've been able to look at my advisory committee for industry consultants because, let's be realistic, educators cannot be an expert in all things. And we don't always have that time to be out in industry understanding what you're doing new. So it's important that you bring that back to us, and then when we need it, be able to provide us feedback and updates of what we need to do for our commitment to train the students that, or your next workers that you need for your companies.
Yeah, for us, it's probably similar to what Cleveland State and other schools do in some of their capstone programs and capstone projects. But for us, it's one of the selling points for industry to engage with us, in addition to getting a technical solution on a project, if they hire us, is that they can plug into the talent pipeline for our students. So and that talent pipeline, it goes both ways. So a big company like Honda might come because they're looking for engineers, and if they start paying for projects at Ohio State, at CDME, then they get those students on their projects when they're freshmen, and they can keep them on their projects, and by the time they graduate, they are not just a skilled engineer, but they know everything about Honda and Honda's particular projects and the way that they work and how their systems work. So that's a useful selling point, but going the other way, it also allows industry to influence the talent pipeline. So industry can start driving change by creating the types of engineers and the types of leaders and seeding those thoughts of strategy and how do we want our engineers to think and what do we want them to know while they're relatively young and still in school, so they can not just have the students when they graduate, but have an effect on developing those students in a particular way.
Can I just jump in? We have capstones too, so we do. That's okay.
I said all universities.
You said Cleveland State. No, just playing. But Tri-C, we do capstone projects as well for engineering. We're also ABET accredited. So that's one thing that we like, is that our students are able to have the real world experience. And I think that's a really good point.
Well, I just want to follow up what was said at the earlier panel. I want to give a shout out to Ross. I don't know if he's still here, about the fact that academia and industry needs to have relationships that go beyond just transactions, and they need to be real partnerships that are mutually beneficial. And CSU I believe, has done a good job of that, and that's a big goal of what we want to do going forward. We have, just to give you some examples, in addition to co-ops and capstone projects, we also have laboratories that we work on together to give real-world experiences on our campus. We partnered with Lubrizol to develop a chemical materials processing laboratory that they helped us design, helping build the skill sets that they're looking for in their graduates. We worked with Parker Hannafin to develop a mechanical engineering laboratory around hydraulics and motion control and that kind of stuff. So again, all of our students go through that lab. They get the skill sets that the Parker Hannafin is looking for. We work with Rockwell as well on PLCs, controls lab, and now with them, partnering with them, we're developing a micro-credential in PLCs as well too, that we offer both to our students as a 4-credit and now offering to the community as a non-credit micro-credential as well too. So I think those relationships going forward are going to be very important. And one of the things that we're working on now is sort of going beyond the traditional co-op program to an earn and learn program, which I like to call co-op on steroids, where basically we are working with industry to hire high school graduates that are working for the company in probably a little bit lower level jobs, but while they're doing that, they're getting their engineering education along the way too. We're actually looking to have the first really official earn and learn program at a university here in Ohio. My understanding is, I hope, the only two that people have told me about that I'm aware of is at Lorain Community College and then Columbus State have earn and learn programs. So we want to create one here. We just got some funding from the Cleveland Foundation to get started on that. And right after this meeting, I have to run to a company we're going to talk to that already has a earn and learn program around manufacturing. More on the technology side, now we want to get them a little bit further up to creating professional engineers coming out of that as well. And we're modeling this. Earlier this year, I went on a trip to Germany, and we're kind of modeling this earn and learn with their apprentice programs that they have there in Germany. There's universities there that jointly work with companies to have career fairs in high school. And the students are hired into the company and then admitted into the engineering programs at this university simultaneously. And the university and the company work together to make sure the curriculum matches their skills that they're developing on the job at the same time. So that's where we want to head and move towards a program with that. And that's going to require a very close cooperation with corporations and manufacturers in order to do that. And that we think that will help solve the issue of students wanting to get a job right away, not ready to just jump into a 4-year degree program, so they can get a job working with a manufacturing company, but at the same time, we can take care of their long-term needs in terms of making sure that they've got a chance to continue to move up as they get their education along the way at the same time.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the Earn and Learn. I wanted to get into co-ops specifically. My background in undergrad was I went through 4 different co-ops, and the first one actually caused me to decide I didn't want to be in this track. I changed my major after 3 semesters. There was actually an article in the Wall Street Journal 2 days ago, very timely, and it talked all about higher ed and the co-ops, and the ones that are adopting much more in-depth, robust co-op programs are seeing enrollment really go up. And some just summary and notes from that article, some of the schools that they looked at do 6-month rotations. My co-ops were 1 semester, that's 3.5 months roughly, up to 18 months during their undergrad program, but they're still graduating on time. They're doing that because the co-ops offer academic credit, which isn't always common. Students nowadays, they want to earn the money, right, while also going through school, so earn and learn. More than half the students polled in this got the full-time job from their co-op employer. So talking about getting students directly into their career and not knowing where they want to go after graduation, this is kind of guiding their focus while they're going through their theoretical learning. They're getting the valuable communication and technical skills that is absolutely required upon graduating. Employers want to see that. And then going back to my experience, 1/3 of students change their majors after an unsuitable co-op rotation. So every one of those things is hugely important to molding the career pathway of the student before they're graduating and changing jobs every couple months or not knowing exactly what they got into. I'd just love to hear your feedback on whether it's Earn and Learn or incumbent worker programs at the community college level on this and how evolution of this really needs to keep up with industry. Any thoughts or commentary on that?
Yes, there should be more co-op programs.
More.
I didn't do a co-op when I was an undergrad. Ohio State does not have mandatory co-ops, and because they don't have mandatory co-ops, the 4-year curriculum is not convenient to do a co-op, because if you take a particular semester off, it's hard to get back on schedule. So the whole curriculum needs to be planned out to allow for co-ops. So there are a lot of schools around that have had that forethought. Ohio State's not one of them.
Yeah, in fact, that's one of the things that we're working on. I said that we started out as a co-op program, but in the 70s and 80s and 90s, we kind of faded away from that. And so now we are going back into still not required co-ops except for our construction program. The community that asked for a construction program actually demanded a co-op program along with it. That's how much they valued making sure the students are getting that real-world experience. And we're seeing that in manufacturing as well, too, and that's why we're going back and integrating co-ops into our curriculum, giving them credit, and, as you said, making the curriculum flexible enough that they can go be on and off co-ops and get their educational experience at the same time.
For Tri-C, we have for like work-based learning, and we have a lot of different combinations. We have engineering programs that have co-ops. We do a lot of internships. For the additive manufacturing certificate, our students are required to do an internship. We actually have a grant right now that will pay a $1,500 stipend to a student who's in an internship. So kind of how I like to sell it to companies, try them out before you buy them. So which really works well. We've had additive students placed at RICO. We've had people at Parker Hannafin, Lubrizol. So I would say we've had a lot of success with students doing internships. The other program, which I think is very unique that Tri-C has, is called Right Skills Now. We've had that program for some time. We run a Bellwether Award. I think it's been around for about 10 years. We actually started it with a collaborative with Magnet when it initially began, but the idea was that students in 18 weeks that they would do an internship and do training and work at Swagelok. So They spend their first 10 weeks at Tri-C, and they learn about CNC, they learn all about manufacturing. As long as they successfully complete that, and this is a non-credit program, they go on and do an 8-week internship at Swagelock. As long as they're successful, they then get a job, and Swagelock will reimburse them for the cost of the Tri-C program. So we've had a lot of success in that, and Swagelock is a great company to work for, and it also helps with them keeping up with their workforce. So I would say that internships, co-ops, whatever apprenticeships, we do apprenticeship programs as well. They're very important for students to learn because all students need that kind of hands-on learning. There's only so much you can learn in a classroom, and I think that even when we can't provide it, if we go back to like capstone projects and that real-world experience, I think students need both or either or to really be valuable to get out into that workforce and understand what they're learning about and really put that in application, what they're learning.
One last comment on that article too, being the journal, of course, it mentioned that some of these internships are coming from Google and Tesla, and these are the companies that really excite the younger generation. They want to go to Silicon Valley, but we want to keep them here, right? So my comment on it would be that we do need to evolve. We need to make much more out of these co-op programs, and it needs to be done from the 94% small to mediums, right? Small businesses, small companies need to get into these programs, need to offer those local experiences and good projects, good hands-on experiential projects that the students get excited about, then they learn of the company, they decide to stay here and go work for them.
So, and I would also just like to say, we all know the younger generation, they're looking for a lot of different things in a job than maybe just, I need a paycheck, right? So I think looking at employers also have to look at like being a little bit more flexible to the younger generation. I'm not saying like just bend over backwards, I'm not saying that, but younger generation, and I know this because I have a 29, a 22, and 21-year-old. And interesting, my 29-year-old, when he was in high school, did an internship at Google because my brother-in-law worked there, and he went to California to do his internship, and he really liked that, and ever since then, he's wanted to move to California. I'm like, no, you don't. Really don't, because it's expensive to live. Like, we need that generation to stay here. Mm-hmm. And how do we entice them to stay here, and what does Cleveland offer? Cleveland's a city that was built for 1 million people. We do not have 1 million people living here. We don't even have a very high population of people living downtown. So I think that's one thing that employers have to look at. What are the benefits to these younger employees as they come in? Like, what do they want? I think it has to be a give and take. I'm not saying give them everything. I definitely don't think that.
Yeah.
But give them
well,
something.
And I think Mike O'Donnell mentioned it in the first panel. Culture too is much more important to these students. So it's the job has to be very engaging, but also the companies they work for. It needs to be a culture that appeases that generation. So I have plenty more questions I could get into. I did want to circle back. We are future looking. Ask you one last question, and we'll open it up to Q&A. But where do you see, this is the next decade of manufacturing, where do you see in 10 years the position of higher ed, your institutions, in being integrated and ingrained into this manufacturing need?
One thing I want to address is the pipeline issue. I think that's going to be very critical over these next 10 years in terms of enticing the talent that we need. Right now we were just talking about this right before the panel that engineering and jobs related to manufacturing are way underrepresented with regards to women, way underrepresented in terms of African Americans, way underrepresented in terms of Hispanics. And so there's a lot of talent out there, including right in our backyard here at Cleveland, that we're missing out on. And so we need to make sure that we're attracting that talent, and particularly into areas that are less enticing and sexy, like manufacturing, like construction, like another area that I'm worried about is in electrical engineering and power and infrastructure regarding that as well too, where there's going to be huge needs in all those areas over the next decade. And so one of the things that we're trying to do and need to do then is to be able to really partner. The other partner that's really important with us is the school districts as well too. And so we're partnering very closely with CMSD and the entering suburbs and the consortium that they have regarding that to make sure that we're getting the talent there interested and excited about going to college and the opportunities they can have in terms of a professional career. What are the opportunities around STEM? And in particular, manufacturing is going to be one area that we're going to focus on as well too, and getting them prepared and have the confidence that they can succeed in a career like that. And so we started out in the computer science area, and I think this summer we had something like 300, 350 students on campus one time or another over this past summer from CMSD and entering suburbs, focusing mainly on computer science type of things. Now we're going to be expanding that out to manufacturing, to infrastructure, to other areas as well across engineering and science to get students excited about that. Our goal is to get 1,000 students on campus every summer, getting them interested and working on that pipeline for those next 10 or 15 years to make sure we're filling those needs that are going to be coming up.
And one thing on that too, the underserved communities for engineering, we're remiss to not talk about. Societies are great places to help grow this, right? There's Society of Black Engineers, there's Society of Women Engineers. There's all of these that I think there needs to be more promotion of. Clubs in engineering schools too. If you have a passion for cars, there's usually car building clubs and all that. So I think those need to be pushed out so that students can find their niche earlier on versus after graduation. Jason?
Yeah, I think over the next 10 years in higher ed, we need to focus on the balance between continuing to push the cutting edge and not losing sight of the traditional engineering curriculum, specifically for manufacturing. And as an example of that, the last panel talked about things like digital thread and how we're going to improve our industrial base because we're gonna implement digital thread. Well, it's really hard to implement digital thread or to put your computer-aided models into a database somewhere for storage if that model wasn't designed properly in the first place. The engineer still needs to know how to design it to be manufacturable, how to put draft angles on something, how to properly tolerance it. We have engineers, we have all of these awesome computational tools, and I see this with students all of the time, where they will create these topology optimized, super lightweight, high strength parts that technically meet all of the requirements. It met all of the load conditions, and it's lighter than anybody's ever seen, but there's no way to manufacture it. So we still need to be teaching those manufacturing principles. Just as another quick kind of anecdote to that, I was in a metal casting foundry in Ohio last month, and we were helping them out. We were consulting on some robotic implementation for grinding for post-processing of castings, and talking about their needs and what requirements there are and how they do things now. We talked to the operator who's in his grinding cell grinding castings. He's been in the same cell grinding castings in that building for 8 hours a day for 40 years. When he retires, we're not going to replace him. There's no way we're going to find somebody to take that job now. It is going to go robotic. But the person who programs the robot, we can't just teach that person how to use a robot. We have to teach that person where the gates need to be on the casting so that when we grind them off, we don't affect the quality or the use case of the casting. We need to teach them how and why to design things to be manufacturable. We can't just teach digital thread. We can't just teach sensors. We have to teach them in the context of manufacturing. And I want to see that balance focused on over the next 10 years.
Yeah, the tribal knowledge is a big concern, right? Losing that. And if I had more time, wanted to get into it. I know your colleague here has 35 years of industry in automation with ABB, Charlie. And he works now with these students. So I'd love to see more industry in half semi-retirement or in retirement dedicate their time to transferring that tribal knowledge, if anything, through higher ed. Alethea, last comments?
So I agree with my colleagues sitting here, and I also have, just to kind of tie that together, I think creating a pipeline is very important, but I think we also have to understand that when we're going to some of these underrepresented and underserved communities, that, for example, SWAJOC has a program where students can do an internship, and the high school students, and they can go work there in the summer. If you live in East Cleveland, exactly how do you get there? What does that bus ride look like? You know, I know someone whose son went to East Cleveland, had an opportunity. She's like, I have no way to get him there. She has to go to work. There's no way for him to get there. So we have to think of, we have to also be realistic about that. Two, I think it's important to traditional education. Math and English are really important. I don't know where you work and you don't know fractions if you're working in manufacturing. And I think that while we try to solve a lot of that at the college level, where maybe we need to be working with these high schools and helping them understand that a calculator is not always going to be there, you know, and I think that's important as well. And I think then we look at how we create that pipeline and pathways from high school. Sometimes people do have to go to a community college, whether it's cheaper, whether they didn't do well in high school, because who you are at 14 is not who you are at 18, it's not who you are at 22. So then we have to look at, well, what's my pathway from Tri-C to Ohio State to Cleveland State? And I think it's really important that we all work together and not try to compete. We all know that we suffer from enrollment going down. We all know that it's probably not going to get better as people are having less and less children. And we just have to figure out how do we combine all of our efforts, not just at a college level or university level, but also at a K through 12 level, to make sure we are building that pipeline at a young age.
I just want to mention one thing real quick. Yeah, go ahead.
Agreed.
That's a good point.
Great point.
Good comment there. But just to follow up what Jason said in terms of the contrast between, you know, understanding fundamentals with modern tools at the same time. You know, one thing we haven't talked about too much yet is AI and AI in education. You know, we're still trying to wrap our hands about how we're going to teach AI, how we're going to have our students use AI. And I am part of an instructor group that teaches our freshman level Intro to Engineering Design course, where our students learn about how to design products and how to make products. So we're learning those fundamental skills. They learn how to use a hammer and a drill press and things like that, and the understanding of finding out customer needs and making sure that you're developing a product for those needs. And we talked today, when we met this week, talking about this semester about what we're going to do with AI. And we all felt like, yes, we have to start getting them. AI is a great tool for creativity. It's a great tool for generating ideas and solutions and so forth. But what we have to do is make sure that it's not a tool that they get dependent on, as Jason was saying. It isn't that they just can give it to the tool and say that's going to solve all of our problems. They still have to be able to understand that, what do I get out of that tool, and does it give me something that I really need, and can you use it here? So they've got to learn the fundamentals and learn those modern tools at the same time to make sure, because you have to use it. It's like imagine not using a calculator now, of course, but you still have to know how to add and subtract first at the same time, right? So you got to know both. You got to know the fundamentals, but you got to know how to use those modern tools. Otherwise, we're not getting the skills that our students need.
I think next year's panel could be all on AI. And I'm glad I didn't even get into it. But Alethea, your last point was great, and I think it wraps it up. The collaboration amongst higher ed. The first panel talked about the collaboration amongst manufacturers and the economic development organizations doing this. That is the way forward, is to be collaborative and not in your own silos. So with that, I know lunch is ready. We're right at the end of time. Any one or two questions? We didn't get a Q&A last time. I want to at least allow for one question in the crowd.
My question is, what's the difference between your organization and like SMART and Magnet? Because they all seem to have kind of overlapping goals of trying to, assist manufacturers in the technical and upgrading and stuff like that.
Mine specifically?
Yeah,
so I guess we have similar objectives to Magnet and to other industry and academic consortia as well. So we also get compared to Edison Welding Institute or EWI a lot, if you're familiar. What separates us, I guess, is that we're still sitting under the umbrella of Ohio State, and that we're able to recruit and employ and maintain a large number of our university students in our center. So Magnet doesn't have 150 undergraduate research interns, right? So that we very much have a dual mission to both execute the project and improve the industrial base, but also to train the next generation of students.
And I think it's really augmented one to another too, right? I mean, the key is that we don't have enough resources to get everybody trained. So we've got to bring in as partners as we can. So MDIS works very closely with Magnet, for example, as you said, and they're going to be adding on their part from the Ohio State model to build up more of our training here. And quite frankly, that's still not enough. So we could bring on a third partner and a fourth partner to make sure we're getting all of the talent that the region needs.
And I'll just tag into that and say that all three of us, I think what we offer is, one, we give credentials. We can give you a degree, we can give you a non-credit certificate. I think that's what we offer, where a lot of our MEPs, Team NEOs, that's not their specific role. I think that's the difference.
Great. Well, thank you guys. If there's more questions, we do have lunch break here, I think, and certainly afterwards we'll be networking, so feel free to continue to ask those after the fact. Thank you.
So hello, everybody. I'm going to be the bad guy here and actually ask us to hold a little bit for lunch, because our keynote speaker here, and being most respectful of his time, has to catch a flight and literally kind of run out of the building here. So we're going to give him an opportunity to speak and get that session started, and we'll have enough time for lunch after. So I apologize, but I'm going to hold us up just a moment more. So I would like now to reintroduce the Dean of the college, who is going to start off our keynote session.
Good afternoon. There we go. We remembered from this morning. It's so good to see you all again. I hope your morning was well. For those of you who I didn't meet this morning, I'm Jill Gordon. I have the pleasure of serving as Dean of the Levin College. I joined Cleveland State in January, not too long ago. In a short amount of time, I've had the privilege of meeting so many inspiring leaders who are really making a significant impact and positively placing Cleveland in the national spotlight. One of those inspiring leaders is today's keynote speaker, Michael James. I just said James. I apologize, Michael. He is a visionary whose influence in the business world as well as our community has been nothing short of extraordinary. Michael James is the founding president and CEO of Growth Opportunity Partners, otherwise known as Growth Ops, which is a community financial institution dedicated to providing capital, management, consulting, and advisory services. I see Growth Ops as committed to be a catalyst for change. This is demonstrated by the 2020 launch of Go Green Energy, which is the first African-American-led green bank in the United States. To me, this shows Mr. Jeans's unwavering commitment to both innovation and sustainability. Michael's extensive background, it covers corporate, nonprofit, as well as municipal governance. His expertise in enterprise risk management, deal structuring, and wealth management really make him a sought-after leader, not just here, but nationally and internationally. Before founding Growth Ops, he honed his skills at industry giants like KPMG, Morgan Stanley, National City Bank, and KeyBank. We at Levin not only can celebrate his proud achievements, but the fact that the Levin College calls him a friend. He is committed to Levin as he is serving as the chair of the Levin School Advisory Committee and will soon be part of the inaugural Levin College Visiting Committee. His influence extends well beyond Cleveland State University. He's a change maker. He's partnering with Destination Cleveland, Caramu House, as well as Cleveland Rape Crisis Center, to name a few. As Molly said, Mr. Jeans has got to leave quickly, but I appreciate him coming today. Please join me in welcoming Michael Jeans.
Good afternoon, everyone. Apparently, it's me who's the bad guy keeping you from lunch, so I'll make this as swift as possible. Dean Gordon, thank you for the warm introduction. It always just means the world to me when someone you respect can take the time to share such kind words, and I don't take that for granted, so thank you. Thank you all for being here in the beautiful campus of Cleveland State University at the Levin College of Urban Affairs and Education, where I serve as chair of the visiting committee and the advisory committees. I'd like to acknowledge the steadfast leadership of President Laura Bloomberg, who leads this fine institution, as well as Provost Radar, who addressed this assembly earlier at the top of the conference. The president, provost, and dean exemplify the values that are combined for higher education and economic development. Any one of them could be here addressing you over this lunch hour, or soon to be lunch hour, but they graciously extended that invitation to me to do so. Now, maybe that's not so great for you. I was hoping lunch would serve as a worthy distraction, but for the next few moments, you're left with me. As Dean Gordon shared, I'm Michael Jeans. I'm the founding CEO of Growth Ops and Go Green Energy Fund. We're a community financial institution, and we're focused on sustainable solutions that benefit the many and not simply the few. At Growth Ops, we believe ourselves to be global citizens, vested in the role America can and should play in bringing out the best in people, institutions, and governments. We believe all lives matter, and we unapologetically believe that to include Black lives. We believe equity is not a subtraction event, a matter of addition, where we believe equity is not a subtraction event to suggest one group must be at a deficit, rather a matter of addition, where those who have been excluded can have the opportunity to compete at par. We believe in equity of opportunity, the fairness of opportunity, bringing fullness of access within reach for all who extend themselves within its grasp. And then, should there be a will to do so, provide reinforcement to hold on to that which was accessed for as long as desired, or until the opportunity is converted into realization. Growth Ops was founded in January of 2015. We'll be celebrating our 10-year anniversary here in a few short months. We were founded to provide high-quality financial institutions and management consulting, advisory services to primarily low and disadvantaged communities, often located in underinvested places, while also advising broader communities in an effort to integrate our communities and integrate opportunity. In short, we believe everyone deserves a fair opportunity to compete, provide for themselves as well as those they love. Growth Ops provides capital in three forms: debt, equity, and grants. In 2020, we created Go Green Energy, the first African-American-led green bank in the country, and as we're told recently, perhaps the first in the world. As a green bank, we focus on bringing sustainable opportunities and jobs to hardworking middle and aspiring middle-class communities, so that our children and our grandchildren can inherit a cleaner, more sustainable, and affordable place to live, to learn, to work, and to play. Let's see if I get this clicker right. There we go. A significant award was announced recently by the EPA that is designed to benefit all Ohioans. The EPA awarded $7 billion under a subsection of the Inflation Reduction Act, the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, and Solar for All. The Inflation Reduction Act, or IRA, was signed into law on August 16, 2022. That's right, last week we celebrated the 2-year anniversary. And it codified the largest climate legislation in our nation's history. In April of this year, Growth Ops was awarded $156 million to deliver our program under Solar for All. At what we understand to be the peak, EPA received nearly $40 billion in requests from 260 applicants. That was against $7 billion of available funds in only 60 spots across the country. Of those 60 spots, 49 went to states, leaving 11 slots for growth ops to compete. Of the 11 slots, 6 were awarded to tribal nations and territories. So of the 260, 5 were left for us to compete. So we were very honored to have been selected. Our application represents 31 communities across 8 states. Those states are Ohio, Indiana, Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and New York. Our coalition is named the Industrial Heartland Solar Coalition. Why? Because this is and always will be the industrial heartland. Over time, to remain competitive and to adapt, industries must change. And that means more paying jobs and more better paying jobs. Our application provided a unique model to provide rooftop solar to low-income households across the coalition geography at no cost for the panels and installation. In application form, we would serve 3.5 million residents who are located in disadvantaged communities. $19 million would be provided in annual energy savings. And we reduce carbon emissions or CO2 emissions by just over 160,000 tons. We create access to over 1,000 meaningful wage jobs in disadvantaged communities. And in the end, we'd improve quality of life. Now, we're currently in negotiations with EPA. I make it a point to say this every time I'm behind the microphone, because when you hear that we were awarded, it sounds like the money's in the bank, and you just give me a call and we move forward. But we're not quite there yet. This might surprise you, but working with government sometimes can be slow. And we are in that slow phase of final negotiations and putting the remainder of infrastructure in place so that when it's time to turn on the switch, we are there to provide the resources that our communities and those who live in these communities are counting on us to do so. We're working diligently to bring capital, jobs, and opportunity to these communities we serve, and the jobs will be across a variety of industries. I want to share just a bit of a data point and transition into advanced manufacturing and the connectivity here. The U.S. economy is approximately $28.78 trillion. And among some of the latest data that we have access to, the United States could do a better job in including each American citizen into that economy. And if the U.S. would do that, we would add a staggering $8 trillion to our U.S. economy. So that would take us from just shy of $28 trillion to $37 trillion. The cost of overlooking underserved and underrepresented communities is putting a weight on our economy. So when we think about advanced manufacturing, what is it that we will do so that it yields its maximized potential? If advanced manufacturing is the use of innovative technologies, materials, and processes to produce new products or improve the production of existing ones, then the intersection of sustainability and/or renewable energy and advanced manufacturing should be a thoroughfare. Combined with the market timing, this could be bullish timing for advanced manufacturing. When you aggregate the $370 billion of the Inflation Reduction Act investment with massive global investment, which includes private sector, this is the kind of catalyst that changes the way we live. This is the economic principle of hub and cluster, with the investments being the hub of capital. I want to take a moment and share with you just the data point that you see, or a few of the data points you see above around climate and environment, because you might be wondering, why are we having this conversation at an advanced manufacturing conference? And so when you hear terms like global warming, climate change, sustainability, sometimes it's presented as if this is something that's new or newly researched, or perhaps we're wrestling with this with a sense of novelty. But you see the points here, and I don't have to read through these, but the culminating effects are coming out of the hottest decade on record in our country, in our world's history. These weather events that I mentioned in the middle bucket here, the middle slide, the middle portion of the slide, they continue to increase in frequency and intensity, and that has a significant effect on all of us. The ones that I've noted here are at $1 billion or more each. And just as a data point, if 2023 we had 28 weather events, in 2020 there were 22. This year, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, NOAA and the Department of Commerce identified this as being one of our most hyper hurricane seasons on record. And I believe this past July was the hottest that we've seen since we've been recording this. So what does that mean? That means our climate zones are shifting. Where we were growing certain vegetation, it's not growing as well anymore. Populations are migrating as a result. And this is a global migration, but I want to hone in on insurable assets. If our role at Growth Ops is to provide opportunity, develop and finance those opportunities, sometimes that's project development. When we look at insurable assets, and I may just move over to the next slide, when we look at insurable assets, insurance companies look at data over 100-year periods. And they've recently begun to look at these hyper climate disaster events. They call them CATs, catastrophic events and storms, in 5-year chunks. And what they're seeing is, in recent years, an accelerating factor. The reason it's costing $1 billion and more for these storms to recover is not only because of the volatility of these storms, but because of the cost of goods and services that have increased. And so to replace something that may have been established 20, 30, 40 years ago is exponentially higher today. And in a pace of inflation, it makes that even more expensive. So these numbers are not retreating. You see the slide here, and I'd like you to take a look at the index below. Because when we talk about these events, we're not just talking about wind and rain, but drought and flooding and freeze count, rooftop damage, cyclone events, and wildfire events. These are massive. And if we're thinking about those who will inherit this place when we're gone, we need to consider how and where we're making investments. At Growth Ops, if we are telling underserved communities, if we're advising them to place assets in places that will soon be underwater, we have not done them any favors. If this is where we build their homes, and homes are typically the largest assets that most Americans have on their balance sheet or personal financial statements, then we've actually put them underwater financially. I was just looking, I'm up early in the morning, and so sometimes more focused than I should be, and somehow I ended up looking up the Maldives. And their average sea level, their land is 4 feet 11 inches above sea level. I think their highest elevation is somewhere around 15 feet. What that means is if the temperature of the Earth's core increases by 1.5 degrees Celsius or more, the Maldives are underwater. And they're not alone. Entire island nations go underwater. If we're not more responsible in how we consume energy, and we're not responsible about how we spend it. So the hub and cluster, I want to come back to that. The hub and cluster in economics, essentially, the hubs are typically higher education, healthcare facilities, those places where you have massive investment, research often, they become hubs. You can look at Intel as a manufacturing hub. And so what's the clustering? The clustering are families that move in. The clustering are homes that are built. The clustering is a tax base that increases because of those families who come in. So the educational system benefits from being able to compensate teachers at a rate in which they should be earning. The clustering of grocery stores and healthy produce in communities. That clustering effect typically happens after the hub. Well, Cleveland's one of the rare places in the country that had the clustering before the hub. We relied on the assets, the wealth in Northeast Ohio, to a point where we didn't go outside of this region for a lot of capital. And for that reason, you recognize many of the names on our buildings and institutions in this city. We're an anomaly in that perspective. And so the question, the economic development and economic question for Cleveland's development has been, can we continue to cluster without a hub? Or do we need to go back and establish the hubs? And there's been a big question mark after that. So if we go back then to what happens after the clustering, the historic catalytic events, what I'd like to share with you is that this particular place we're in now, in the history of the world, the massive investments that are occurring in sustainability are akin to the automobile, to telecom, to the internet, to the cell phone. If you're a fan of history, this is almost a throwback to Nikola Tesla and Thomas Edison, as they're on opposite sides of the argument and the ends of product modeling, but racing toward electrification. And here we are in 2024 having a similar, perhaps related conversation around electrification. Telecom, the internet, the automobile, I raise those as examples because if you give a moment, if you haven't already, if you had invested in those industries. Each one of those changes how we live. Each one of us has a cell phone. My mom doesn't use hers so well, but we have them. And if you walk down the street, you see people don't take too many steps without looking at a cellular device. Well, sustainability has moved into that space. It's no longer that department like IT, at the basement of the building with really bad lighting and shelves and stuff on it that we all need. It's integrated and it's center mass to everything that we do. That's where sustainability is now. Back to Nikola Tesla, they both received massive investments. And perhaps the recent storms that we've experienced in Northeast Ohio that twisted around this area remind us just what it might look like if we did not have electricity. These are moments that are rare in economic cycles to accelerate opportunity and revenue as well as impact. When these moments occur, there are multiple stresses on systems. Oh, well, that's interesting. That is completely out of order. So we're going to go on memory here. I apologize, folks. There we are. For today's discussion, all right, back at it, back in the saddle again. I want to shine a spotlight on two of those stresses, the most relevant market stresses, and so perhaps there are three. Skilled labor, I think we heard a bit about that earlier today, supply chain, and geopolitical conflicts. And those conflicts leading to tariffs, which can deepen supply chain challenges and drive price increases. There are incentives within the IRA to have products built and purchased in the United States. Demand is far outpacing supply in this area as it relates to solar panels and its components. Global supply and inventories are strong, but connectivity and quality can vary. So how are you plugging into this catalytic time in capital and manufacturing markets? Whether the employee or the owner, how are you positioned to plug into an economy that's already in motion? And will you consider global trends and assets or limit your reach? I'm excited that Cleveland State University is an institution that values global engagement. The university, and this university, is the city's university. It avails herself as an asset for innovation, cultivation, and knowledge. Along with advancement. Sometimes we forget the value of a full faith and credit of higher ed and academia. We at Growth Ops are in conversations with the university as we speak to work together to build a better, stronger, faster labor force and leaders. We can't allow education to become politicized. Education is the gift we carry for as long as our minds and bodies will allow. When it's suggested that education is for one and not the other, it's when things become a bit slippery. And over time, the effect is why so many people across races, across income, feel left behind. Whether it's perception or reality, that squeeze that they feel is real. And when it's coupled with misinformation, when it's coupled with selfish leadership, when it's coupled with threats to democracy, it also threatens our freedom and the opportunity for all. At Growth Ops, the work begins with investing innovative solutions with those who are endowed with certain inalienable rights, yet they continue to be left behind. In this order and direction, the value will always flow through the rest of the economy. I'd like to take a brief moment to share with you the supply chain piece, why we focus on low-income communities first, and what we can do from an advanced manufacturing perspective to solve for some of these. From a supply chain perspective, one of the challenges we're having in electrification and solar panels specifically is that there's one company that qualifies as built and buy here, built here in America for solar panels. There's one in the whole country. They're actually 3 to 4 years behind before they can take new clients. If there's an opportunity in advanced manufacturing, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. You solve for that, and not only can you solve for a demand that is far outpacing supply in the United States, but you can also begin to influence global productivity. The labor piece is real, and so I was so excited to walk in and hear a conversation about AI, robotics, advanced manufacturing, where our kids are and where they could or should be, what the jobs are of the future. This is the hub of, I believe, everything that we do as a civilized society. And so as we think about jobs and opportunity, we should be connecting them to sustainability because it has a long tail along with electrification into the future. And why we start with lower income communities. I found, since I've had and I haven't had, maybe that's the best way to put that, when I didn't have, innovation was slow to show up on my doorstep. When I was able to gain assets and be connected to those who have influence, I found that I had access much faster, and so I was able to do more. And so history is telling us if we start with these communities that have been left behind, the thing and the stuff will always find its way to the haves. But if we start in the reverse, it seems to never trickle down. I'll close with, in that latter direction, the value will always flow throughout the rest of our community. We're in the room to make room at Growth Ops. And I hope when we have this conversation of the role of higher education through the lens of advanced manufacturing, ultimately benefiting the student, the parent, the citizen, that you keep Cleveland State University in mind, you keep Ohio State University, I believe we had represented earlier, in mind, because our investments have to be in education, and our investments have to be in these places and people who we say are the leaders of tomorrow. If we continue to pass them by to get to our next places, we will not have lived up to our fullest potential. It has been a sincere honor to spend this time with each of you. I apologize for having to take off to the airport. The slide you're looking at now is where I'm headed at the DNC, and it's a session that we are putting on. So I believe it may be streamed. You probably had enough of me already. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. I'll gladly take a question or two. I've got about 2 or 3 minutes. My flight board's at 1:40. I know, I might be here longer than, yeah, I'm pushing it. Hi, Grace.
Oh, does anyone have a question?
This is what happens when lunch is being held hostage. There's one question here up front. Thank you. The dean does everything.
Hello, thank you. My question is related to the reference that you made that there is only one supplier of the equipment, the apparatus for the panels and everything. What would you attribute that to? Is that because of patents in existence, or is it the difficulty in manufacturing process, or is there something that could be attributed to?
Yeah, great question. So there are more companies than the one manufacturing solar panels. There's only one who qualifies for the definition of made in America, built in America, bought in America. We have multiple agencies at the federal level, and to my surprise, they have different definitions for what made in America is, built and bought in America. So it excludes some of the other manufacturers. For example, there's a manufacturer not too far away. They've got, I think, a meaningful form of their ownership investment from Korea. So that exempts them, even though they're producing the panels. Why is that important? Because the IRA created a particular incentive that if we use bought and built in America, BABA is what it's called, Buy America, Built in America, then there's a 10% incentive, tax incentive into the project. Well, there's no supply. And so that 10% remains a bit of a dangling chad. There may be a cost or burden to lower income individuals that could be absorbed if we had this solution in market. It's just simply not there. And if you were to open these facilities tomorrow, it's not that you would begin producing in 6 months. It takes about 2 years to go from kind of, getting the folks to work and then producing the product. This is a tremendous opportunity for us to solve for.
Thank you again, Michael.
Thank you very much, Dean. Enjoy lunch.
All right. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone's enjoying their lunch. We're going to get back to the program. My name is Ben Ward. I'm the Director of Research Development and Ethics at the Office of Research here at Cleveland State. So again, welcome back. We've had a great morning session, and we have another few very interesting sessions coming up this afternoon. At this point, I was supposed to be introducing Joan Belovich, who is Cleveland State's lead for our role in the Cleveland Innovation District. She had a family emergency and cannot attend. So Dr. John Holcomb has stepped up and will provide some remarks about the Cleveland Innovation District and kind of help us understand what Cleveland State is doing for that. John is our Vice Provost for Academic Programs in the Provost's office. And so, John, thank you, and well, let's get yours up and running here. That look right?
Yep.
All right. So that should just advance the slides.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me? So yes, I'm John Holcomb, Vice Provost for Academic Programs here at Cleveland State, and I am very happy to join you this afternoon. I won't do as good a job as Joan, but I will do my best. I am a member of the team here at Cleveland State University that is overseeing our portion of the Cleveland Innovation District project, and so I'm happy to share our work with you today. So the Cleveland Innovation District is this joint project with two education institutions, Cleveland State and Case Western Reserve University, as well as our three leading medical establishments in the region, University Hospitals, Cleveland Clinic, and Metro Health. And so this project was launched in 2021. We're in the 3-year milestone portion of this project, and we have had to do our data collection, write reports, and those reports have generated press releases. So to help give you a feel for what we're trying to do with this project, I'm going to quote our Lieutenant Governor, and he stated recently, when we launched the Innovation District, it was our aspiration that it would generate more jobs, more STEM talent, and more research and investment funding to solidify Cleveland as an international health research center of excellence. And so that's kind of some of the backdrop for this project. So when this was launched in this partnership between those institutions and with the support of the state government and Jobs Ohio, the goal was to contribute $3 billion to the regional economy by the year 2030. And to do that, part of it was to generate 20,000 direct and indirect jobs, and as I just mentioned, solidify Cleveland as a leader in these areas. Now, the different partners had different goals and roles to play in this collaboration and economic growth project. Metro Health is focused on community responsive care. The Cleveland Clinic is focused on their Global Center for Pathogen and Human Health Research. And University Hospitals is advancing research and smart health product innovations. Case Western is focused on increasing their sponsored research activity and their research infrastructure. And Cleveland State is focused on workforce development. And so it's on that part, the workforce development, that I'll be sharing additional information with you. But before I get to Cleveland State specifically, these results for the project thus far have created more than 2,600 jobs in the region. We've invested and spent nearly $1.2 billion on research and innovation. We have commenced construction of 2 new research facilities at the Cleveland Clinic campus. And we've awarded more than 7,300 degrees and certificates to support workforce development. So in particular, as I mentioned, Cleveland State is focused on workforce development, and that's primarily through the awarding of degrees and certificates. And we were charged with a 10-year deliverable of increasing degrees and certificates in life sciences and technology. Now, these growth deliverables were based on benchline data from 2019, and the project was launched in 2021. We used 2019 for the obvious reasons of the pandemic in 2020. We were also charged with increasing opportunities for students to gain valuable work experience through internships and co-op experiences. We're also charged with increasing summer STEM programs, primarily for the K through 12 students, to get them excited about STEM, to think about careers in these areas, and then track employment of our graduates once they earn their credentials. So the Cleveland Innovation District and Jobs Ohio were very specific of what degree programs we were targeting to increase award degrees in. So in this table that you see, where you see a black font, these are programs that they identified for growth that Cleveland State already had a degree program in. And the Jobs Ohio was not specific. It could be a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, or a PhD degree in these fields would sort of count towards reaching our milestones and reaching our goals. The programs that you see in the green font are programs that Jobs Ohio identified as high-need areas in Northeast Ohio for which they felt there was a shortage or a lack of qualified, talented people in the pipeline to hire. And specifically, these were in statistics and data analytics, particularly in biostatistics. So Cleveland State created a new MS degree in that field. Computational biology is a new MS program. And data science. We have a bachelor's degree in data science in our College of Engineering, and we have a PhD, we have a track in our engineering PhD in data science as well. We also increased our information technology degree to offer a new option where the MS can be earned online. So as I mentioned, we're in the we're finished 3 years of this grant program, and in terms of degree completions, we're right on track. We're so far 31% of our goal of reaching 9,506 degree awardings, and so we're doing okay so far in that capacity. For our certificate programs, we're way ahead of schedule, and certificates were defined broadly. I will share with you that these certificate programs also count things in professional education development. And so there are some technical fields and technical certificates that are sort of outside sort of traditional certificates from the academic side that are counting towards here. Joan and I dug into this data. So the primary certificate program, the most popular one, is hazardous materials collection. Another big certificate program is patient advocacy certified professional. And there are over 1,200 certificates labeled in the industrial realm as part of our continuing ed program. And so we're way ahead of being on track in terms of certificates. Now, this does include, you can earn professional certificates on the academic side. We have a statistics certificate. Things like that are also counted here as well. So, as I mentioned earlier, we used 2019 as our baseline year. At that time, our enrollment in those particular degree plans that Jobs Ohio identified for us, and we track those by what's called a CIPPO code, which is a national code used around the country to track enrollment and degree awarding by particular major and program. We had almost 2,000 students at that time, and we were awarding just over 500 degrees. In 2023, the enrollment in those programs grew to almost 2,500, and we surpassed 800 degree awards in those targeted programs. We're also charged with tracking internships, and internships are notoriously difficult to track. We do have a career center here on campus, and our students utilize it, and we have partnerships with employers around Northeast Ohio. And we try to collect as much information as we can, but we know that we undercount these. Many students find internship or co-op opportunities on their own. They're under no obligation to inform the university that they're doing that. So we know from our relationships with the big employers like Lubrizol, Cleveland Clinic, et cetera, that we're undercounting. But these are the numbers that we have so far, at least or at least last year, that we were able to track in terms of internships. We've been also tasked with tracking what happens to our graduates when they graduate, when they earn their degree. We had 457 graduates. We did give a survey, and we had a pretty high response rate from that survey, and that indicated that about 86% of the survey respondents were employed in their field, 7% going on to additional education, graduate school, and other opportunities. Now, we're also working to follow up with that with other means available. We've been texting students where we have availability. We have a number of international students on this campus that are enrolled in these STEM-related fields as well, and they are doing what's called OPT, optional practical training, where if they're in a STEM field, they can work for an employer with minimal paperwork for 3 years. So we're tracking the OPT placements that the students in these fields acquire as well. And then another portion of this grant and the money therein is dedicated to creating the pipeline, and that work begins with students in our K through 12 education system. So we have a variety of opportunities, primarily in the summer, for students to engage in this work and to get excited about STEM and the careers they're in. IBM Skills Build certification, we had 131 students, and this is the real IBM certification that they are earning while high school students. We have IT internships where they actually get paid in our tech talent pipeline. We have camp for elementary school kids, whether that is interest in science or a STEM camp. We have quantum computing workshops, again for high school students. Math Core is a program that's gone on here at Cleveland State for a number of years, targeting 7th, 8th, and 9th grade students to help get them excited about math. I'm a statistician. I'm a former chair of the math department. Going to the morning assembly of Math Core, seeing a sea of young people chanting how much they like math just warms your heart. And what's really great about that program is the high school students act as mentors for the middle school students, and they're learning math as well. We have pre and post tests there, and the gains that the students get in that program are pretty remarkable. Highland has a STEM Institute, again, working on mathematics to engage with engineering projects. And then we have this CHAMPS Camp, which is a 3-week camp on careers in health and medicine and science and mathematics. So over 750 students in summer 2024 alone were engaging in these pre-activities to help get them excited about this. And then we're really proud that over 60% of those students came from CMSD. Our Cleveland Municipal School District. And so, that's nutshell some of the work that we're doing here at Cleveland State on this project. It does take a village, and in this case, a city, to get this work done. Obviously, Jobs Ohio is a big supporter. We work closely with Team NEO, the other CID institutions, but we work with employers on these summer camps, and we're constantly working to get our students placed in those internship, co-op, and then first job opportunities. We work with CMSD to get the students aware, excited, and then able to come to those summer camps. And then here at CSU, we work with a variety of offices, including our colleges of engineering, business, and arts and sciences. You heard from our Dean of Engineering, Richard Shepweister, earlier today. CISPPO, our Center for International Students and Programs, as I mentioned, we have a large number of international students coming to Cleveland to study and then use those skills. I'm on the board of Global Cleveland to help make workforce opportunities available to those students for their OPT placement and eventually possibly lead to staying in Northeast Ohio to fill the tech gap there. And then our career services, enrollment services, our research office, and our facilities all help make this possible. So thank you so much for letting me pinch hit for Joan. She really wishes she could be here. I'm happy to answer any questions if I can, or comment on anything if anyone has any questions.
One question.
Yeah, my question is, what is the emphasis in tracking healthcare entrepreneurs and the tech, health tech startups out of this innovation district? I assume there's some emphasis on that element, given the 3 hospitals involved.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, we're tracking it here at Cleveland State from the workforce development sense in terms of trying to find those placements. Where are the students going? Are they getting hired in a new startup, in a new tech enterprise as well? Joan regularly with the leaders from the other components, the Metro, the UH, and the Cleveland Clinic. And so I'm sure that when she learns of any of those innovations, she's partnering with our Career Services Center to help make our students aware of those opportunities to look for those internships, co-op opportunities in that regard.
Great. Any other questions about the Innovation District? All right. If not,
all right.
Thank you, John, so much for stepping in.
Thank you so much.
So we're going to start our last panel of the day here, and a little bit early, and maybe buy you back all 15 or so minutes of your time. We'll see how that works out. But I would like to welcome Ben Ward of the Cleveland State University's Office of Research back up, who is going to introduce and moderate our next panel.
Thank you, Molly, and hello, everyone, again. So John's discussion of the Innovation District is kind of a nice lead into this panel. I know the title says Manufacturing Future. That's kind of, if not clickbait, it's not particularly deeply informative as a title. So the Innovation District is one of the big bets that the state of Ohio is making by putting a large chunk of money, a large investment in the region in a specific research area or specific technology area, in this case, healthcare. It's also making bets in Columbus and Cincinnati. There's a similar trend at sort of the federal level as well. In my world, so I do the research development. That's where I'm trying to find funding sources for faculty, researchers, students, that sort of thing. And there's a sort of standard system there, grants that are relatively modest. Some of the numbers can sound big, but you're focused on a specific research topic, a fairly narrow area of influence, I'll say. Some of the biggest ones, in years past have been NSF ERCs, Engineering Research Centers, and NIH's program centers. Those might reach something like, say, $25 million over 5 years for an ERC, which, again, in the sort of the standard grants world, that's big money. The trend now, both in the EDA and in NSF, are much larger ecosystem-driven grants. So there's a Tech Hubs program that the EDA puts on, and then there's the Engines program that you've also heard mention of today that NSF has started offering. So we actually have access to, or not access, we've got 3 of those activities happening here in Northeast Ohio. We're blessed with both strong technology development centers as well as strong community and economic engagement leaders who are helping to pull together these larger teams to go after these bigger projects that are, again, strategic, but much broader than just doing technology research. So these Tech Hubs and these engines, they're asking people to pull together not just industry and technology research, but also the workforce, also the community engagement, also the K-12 all the way up till, through the career and beyond. So I'd like to invite up our panelists. First off, I'd like to invite up Brian Anderson. Brian is the Vice President of the Polymer Industry Cluster for the Greater Akron Chamber and is also the lead for the Sustainable Polymer Tech Hub. Prior to that work, Brian also did work in the realm of startups, and go ahead and have a seat. I'll just introduce you to the crowd for now. Startups and also industry before moving on to the public sector, we'll say. E.B. Holst is the Director of Innovations and Clusters for the Cleveland Water Alliance. She'll be helping us or learn a bit more about the NSF Great Lakes Renew engine. It's actually based out of Chicago, but the Water Alliance is a critical member of that team. E.B. also comes from the startup world and the technology development world, as well as we're developing strategic initiatives and regional capacity. And Jeff Brancato is here. He's a consultant for Case Western Reserve University on their NSF engine, the Northeast Ohio Sustainable Manufacturing Technology, or NeoSmart engine. Jeff has a truly lengthy background in regional capacity building. Among other things, he's the founder and creator of the Northeast Ohio Cyber Consortium. So that is companies around here pooling their resources to help combat cybersecurity threats to them and others. So again, focused on helping everyone help each other. So that's kind of the goals of these larger grants. So what I've asked is for each of them to provide a sort of short introduction to their program, whether it's an engine or a tech hub. And then we will go into some Q&A period. I have a few locked and loaded, of course, but I'm hoping that we have plenty of audience participation. Jeff, if it's all right, I'm going to ask you to start.
Do you want me to start? Because I'm perspective, and these two are real.
That's what I think is that's my hope, is that you can kind of give the overview, the initial picture, and then we can move into sort of the ones that are further along. So let me just see.
I'm going to look at my slides on my phone so that we can have a good discussion. So thank you, Ben. And it's great to be on this panel with some great colleagues that we are working with in the engine. My name is Jeff Brancato, and as Ben mentioned, I'm a consultant on Case Western Reserve University's proposal for the Neo-Sustainable Manufacturing Technologies Regional Innovation Engine. To give a little background on the program, in FY 2022, National Science Foundation received new authority from Congress to explicitly make investments in innovation ecosystems. Historically, NSF's mission had been focused more narrowly on the health of the academic research enterprise, beginning with individual investigator grants and scientists in their labs. In the 70s and 80s, that expanded to include research centers and other kinds of large multi-investigator and multi-institutional projects. And for many, many years, folks recognized that universities play a really unique role in innovation ecosystems and regional economies. That's actually where I started my career in the 1990s. And just a few years ago, Congress finally gave NSF both authority and budget to make these new kinds of investments that would support not only building innovation capacity, but the creation of sustainable regional innovation ecosystems. So this new program, and EB will tell you about the one based in Chicago that the Cleveland Water Alliance is a member of. These are not traditional research grants. The purpose of these regional innovation ecosystem grants are essentially to rewire a regional economy around global innovation challenges. The first round of this program resulted in Great Lakes Renew winning a full award and Case Western Reserve University winning a development award. Can you skip ahead next? And because, thank you, and because this is NSF, it really centers on research capacity. Research and innovation is long pole in the tent. It's kind of the core of how regional innovation ecosystems are built and how they're successful and how they deliver benefits. So NSF is thinking about this in the context of research that takes place both in university labs and in the corporate community. The next step is to take those innovations, translate them to actual benefits to society, which results in regional economic growth, the creation of jobs within these sectors, and a whole range of benefits that I think are probably obvious to all of us at this point. But 40, 50 years ago, this was something that was really new, to think about technology industries as driving growth. So NSF's model for a regional innovation ecosystem, and Ben, you can just go ahead and click through, includes 5 pillars. The entrepreneurs that create new companies that drive a lot of economic and job growth. Higher ed institutions, it's labeled universities here in this graphic because that's kind of the bias of NSF, but it's really all of higher ed because it's not only innovation and discoveries, but it's also workforce. It's risk capital that exists in a bunch of different formats, which could include, traditional, venture capital type funding. It could also include SBI awards and other government investments, and it also includes, corporate venture capital and corporate innovation investments as well. On the corporate side, it includes the work that they do in innovation, and very importantly for the concept of regional innovation ecosystems, it includes supply chain partnerships. So the whole idea of smaller companies connecting to larger companies as part of those technology and manufacturing supply chains is something that's really central to the idea of a regional innovation ecosystem. And then finally, it includes government as a key partner, both from the perspective of their role in policy work, but also through their procurement power. So this map here is the set of, it's actually not all of the RIE awards, but it's the 10 full awards, and you'll see Chicago is noted there, along with 9 others around the country. And this is most of the development awards. And Case Western Reserve University has one of, I think it's 58 or 59 development awards that were part of the first competition. So Great Lakes Renew is off and running. We are in the middle of our process to seek full funding to create our project. So our project is Northeast Ohio Sustainable Manufacturing Technologies Regional Innovation Engine. What we're really focused on is creating the new technologies for manufacturing that are going to be world leading and market capturing in an era of focusing on climate needs. So it's leveraging the success that Northeast Ohio has had for 100 years as a manufacturing powerhouse, and then transitioning it to what manufacturing is going to look like in the 21st century. And it is not just making manufacturing in Northeast Ohio more sustainable, but it's creating the technologies that are going to be sold and used all around the world. So the model that we are thinking about is, Silicon Valley. How did Silicon Valley get to be Silicon Valley? Well, it's a really powerful regional innovation ecosystem that has companies that are not only successful locally, but companies that are global brands and known around the world, and they are known, and Silicon Valley is known as the place to be and the place to go to if you're seeking out the best technology in semiconductors, biotech, AI. Our goal for Northeast Ohio is to be the place to come to if you're anywhere in the world and you want to understand what sustainable manufacturing success looks like. We've identified 3 key clusters based on the historical strong performance of industry in Northeast Ohio: sustainable metals, sustainable polymers, and sustainable chemicals and coatings. Next slide has our logos from a bunch of the leadership team, and we're continuing to expand that group. This was the set of folks that were partners in the submission of the development award, and so they've transitioned to become the governance group as we develop the full award. And then if we are successful and receive the full award, this will be a key part of the governance group for the project overall. We're working very closely with Cleveland Water Alliance. We're working very closely with Greater Akron Chamber, Polymer Industry Cluster. One of the things that NSF is very interested in, and one of the things that they want their funded projects to do, is to federate and leverage with other investments. So while each of these projects will run on its own, they will also be very tightly integrated and connected with one another because there's great synergy across the organization and across the efforts. Can you go to the next slide, please, Ben? What's left? All right, as I mentioned, we're in the process of preparing our full proposal. EB will talk a little bit about this because they already have their full proposal, their full award, but it's $160 million of NSF money over 10 years, which will be tranched out with interim reviews. So that's going to be an important piece of it. Those funds are also expected to be matched by co-investment that is provided and organized by the partners. And that co-investment could include industry partner investment. It includes public sector investment, state and local, and other kinds of partnership projects. So the engine as a whole is roughly, let's say, $400–500 million of work over 10 years. It is not funding that will be given entirely to Case Western Reserve University. The co-investment will be projects that our partners spend on things that they prioritize and things that they're interested in. And then even the NSF funding gets parceled out to a number of different partners to run different parts of the project. So in that sense, it's very different than a typical ERC or Science and Technology Center. It's really designed to be a regional effort. We submitted our preliminary proposal in early August. That's being reviewed by NSF currently. We have full expectation of being invited to submit a full proposal, so we are not stopping our work while we're waiting for NSF to evaluate. We're continuing our development, the development of the grant, and our full proposal is due on February 11th. So I think that's everything for me as background, and happy to talk more about specifically what we're working on in metals, polymers, and chemicals and coatings.
Great. So Evie, I think I'd ask you to go next, if that's all right. Absolutely. I can give you a clicker, but you can also see your slides from up here.
Yes, perfect. That's great. Okay. Hi. Well, thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it. And I will try to do this monster of an NSF engine that's coming out of Chicago Justice. And I'll talk a little bit, too, about how we see this synergizing with the case-led effort as well. So just to kind of step back for a moment and talk about manufacturing, which is why we're all here, and why water matters in that picture. Well, first of all, there's water stress globally. It's increasing around the world. We often hear about that in terms of drought. So, we actually see manufacturing efforts in Arizona and California and Colorado and Texas. A lot of manufacturing, and those are all areas in the U.S. facing a lot of water stress. Here in our region, we don't really talk about water stress. We have a ton of water, and generally speaking, when I started out in water, I would say, I'm interested in water, and people here in the region would say, water, there's nothing going on in water. Well, there is globally, but it turns out that we have a really deep history in this region because of our burning river history. That history is relevant today around the world because where you do have water and you have manufacturing interests in water, you can really put some of those water sources at risk. So how do we mitigate some of that risk? In terms of manufacturing, it is a critical component for chemical, pharmaceuticals, mining, oil and gas. These are manufacturing interests that cannot produce what they produce without water. So this is a really critical interest when we're talking about sustainable manufacturing, is how do we ensure that there's enough water for the processes needed to produce products, and how do we ensure that the water at the end of that use is clean enough to be used for other purposes. So this effort out of Chicago is called the Great Lakes Renew. It's really focused on manufacturing waste streams primarily, and it's really focused also pretty specifically on recovering resources from those waste streams, which also can include power. So how do we use, wastewater potentially to generate power? And it's really something that's looked at as an opportunity, just as we were hearing here about the Midwest being the heartland of manufacturing, and how do we anchor some of this innovation here in this region and produce it for the rest of the world. So the focus on the projects within the Renew engine are really around how do we take that term of sustainable and go back to the core of its meaning. How can we ensure that manufacturing can continue into the future by the way that we're doing those processes? The region for this Renew engine is listed ultimately as being around 6 different states, but they actually put in for the first 2 years of this engine to be 3 states in particular, so Illinois, Ohio, and Wisconsin. And there's a whole range of partners. This is consistent with the NSF engine's interest, as we were just hearing, is that there's interest in engaging industrial partners and in university partners and all kinds of different players to come together and focus on this sort of singular mission. And it's being led by an organization called Current. They are, like Cleveland Water Alliance, a water cluster. They're based in the Chicago area. And they actually brought all of these different players together to focus on this water-specific challenge for manufacturing. So there's really 4 main areas around their R&D envisioned activities. And one of them is going to be around test beds, developing test beds for the earlier stages of technology development. So R&D with NSF in mind typically has meant university-based development. And that sort of NSF's sweet spot is on the university R&D side of things. And so as they look at innovation and bringing innovations to market, they're looking at how do we support the testing of different technologies within that earlier stage. If anyone's familiar with the technology readiness level scale, TRL. So TRL 1 to 4 in essence is where you're starting out with a concept and you're researching it, and then you get to the 4 and 5 and you're starting to bring it into the pre-real world testing. One of their focus areas is on micro and nano sensors, the development of these sensors. So if we're going to identify something is in the water, we need to hopefully have sensors that's going to tell us what's in the water. And if there's something worth recovering from the water, we need to know it's there and in how much quantity. That resource recovery is a really big area of focus. So, things that may be part of a waste stream, or if you have like a salty water, being able to recover lithium, for example, can be something that's very relevant to putting to use then in other settings like developing IT technologies. And then, of course, selective separation, which is around being able to identify what's there, separate it out, and then recover those resources for use elsewhere. Where Cleveland Water Alliance fits into this is essentially we have a range of different test beds and piloting capacities for technologies that as they move further along in that technology readiness level. So between being lab developed and then being tested within a controlled set of environments, still sort of lab-based. Once these technologies are ready to move out of those settings into more real-world types of conditions, that's where CWA really shines. So we have a whole range of different infrastructures from legal to insurance and partnerships where we can find partners for potential piloting of technologies. This is a big part of what we do and the role that we're playing within this engine. So another part of this whole initiative, of course, is in that workforce development side of things. So you're going to hear a lot about that, and especially CSU. This is a real sweet spot. Here is, how do we actually start to get kids familiar with the opportunities in manufacturing and in sustainable manufacturing specifically, whether it's in grade school, into high school, and then really paving that road into, higher education as applicable for some of the different roles that need to be played. And NSF Engines is really focused on inclusion and equity around all of these opportunities. So not just the workforce development side, but then also where some of these opportunities are lining up for actual impact in these more underserved communities. I'm closing in on the end here. Okay, so overall strategy, again, it's really looking at how do we take things from the university environment and get them all the way out into the market and work really closely with industry and their interests to help guide that. First 2 years will be focused on that, getting some of that feedback from different players within industrial profiles, also setting up some of these earlier stage test beds and really getting things kind of running in how those things would segue into test beds like what CWA has, and then really starting to get a sense of what programming for the workforce development needs to look like. So there are upcoming opportunities, accelerator programs, partnership and investment, and Ben and I did a catch-up on some of the initiatives that they have in place with Renew to engage additional universities, and so more to come on that front. And that's that. Thank you. Okay.
All right. So Brian, I invite you up now to give us sort of the twist for what EDA is looking for.
Different acronyms.
Yes. All right, now. There we are. Use this or
Great,
the
thanks.
computer as you like.
Hi. I think we're in that sweet spot of post-lunch. I thought about trying to do a British accent to try to get everybody, but that's outside of my skill set. Hi, I'm Brian. I work at the Greater Akron Chamber and I lead the polymer industry cluster. If you don't know what a polymer is, you are not alone. It's, and that's one thing we can talk about in a minute, is potential challenges in building support around a certain industry or technology. If nobody knows what a polymer is, then it's hard to generate support. So really important piece of marketing and communications aspect to this work. But this will be very much an oversimplification, but if you look around, if something's not metal or glass, there's a good chance that it is a polymer. So polymers are in tires, in water bottles, in clothes, in shampoo, in batteries. They make jet planes and cars. They're all over the place. Polymers. Our region is uniquely strong in the polymer industry. Within about an hour radius, driving radius of where my office is in Akron, we have over 500 manufacturing companies of different polymer materials, whether it's rubber, plastic, chemicals, kind of up and down the value chain. We also have, Ohio has an overall population about a third of Texas and California, but we're tied with them with the most plastics industry workers in the entire United States. Also, multiple strong universities, just listed a few, but there are others in the region, obviously sitting in Cleveland State, Youngstown State University, smaller private schools, really strong university leadership in and around the polymer industry. So what started about 3.5 years ago, obviously the polymer industry is not new, but about 3.5 years ago, handful of economic development leaders, including the University of Akron, Team NEO, City of Akron, Summit County, Greater Akron Chamber, and the GAR Foundation, said, you know, we can probably do a little bit more work to connect these dots better. We have tremendous assets and capabilities. Let's try and strengthen those ties and leverage that to accelerate innovation and catalyze growth for the region. So what started in, I think our first meeting was April of 2021 with external partners, started with 17 partners and has grown to over 60 organizations today, mostly companies, some of them quite large. We'll go through some of the composition in a minute. Essentially, the work of our consortium is to identify common challenges and develop shared solutions together. So figuring out what can we do, in addition to what our individual partners are doing on their own, what can we do together to essentially help us individually and collectively be more successful. That work has led to the creation of a handful of different committees where our partners will dive into certain key work streams. We have an R&D committee, we have a startup support committee, we have a workforce development committee, and then a fourth on membership and marketing to promote the region and sustain the effort of the consortium. We also have a small but mighty staff that lives at the Greater Akron Chamber dedicated to the polymer industry cluster work that provides sort of marketing and communications. We host events, policy advocacy, and certainly what we're focused on today, talking about seeking outside investments to bring in capital to execute on consortium projects. Don't expect you to be able to read all of this, but this is a list of the majority of the partners that are engaged at different levels in the polymer industry cluster work. Like I said, several dozen, mostly companies, about maybe 10 or 11 or so above the $1 billion revenue mark. Most, but not all, have a significant footprint in the Northeast Ohio region. Certainly a lot of the work that we do happens to concentrate in Summit County, but certainly not exclusively so. Cuyahoga County would be the second largest density area of where our partners are located, but we also have new members that are located outside the state of Ohio. I should say they don't yet have a significant footprint in our region. The structure of sort of what the polymer industry cluster is, the orange boxes on the bottom are tables that are set that are volunteer members, again, mostly companies, but also local government, higher ed partners, nonprofit, economic development partners will meet monthly to, again, the general work is to identify common challenges and develop shared solutions. The committees I listed before in R&D and startup support, workforce development, these are all pillars of what a region needs to excel at in order to generate this kind of thriving compound growth. You can be really good at research. If that's all you do, that can only take you so far. Same thing with workforce, same thing with startup support. It kind of compounds on each other. We also have staff. The blue boxes at the top is a new governance structure that we created earlier this year, led by our partner organizations to help guide and drive the work. It's a membership supported effort, and you know, the work that we do helps to connect and convene our partners to undertake this planning and execution process. We hope to showcase our individual partners' opportunities, essentially help work to reduce barriers to accelerating innovation and catalyzing new growth. And then the resource column at the end there is kind of the most exciting part, where we have opportunities to compete for and win catalytic funding from outside sources to implement our partner-driven projects. So across all of these partners and lots of different kinds of conversations and work streams, a couple key themes rise as priorities for our partners. Sustainability, first and foremost. A lot of our partners are focused on developing new materials, new feedstocks that have more sustainable characteristics. Also, end of life, thinking about improving recycling and other outcomes to help our producers achieve their kind of increasingly aggressive sustainability targets. strengthening and diversifying the talent pipeline is also a key theme, right? We want to ensure that our region continues to provide the talent that our companies need to operate, grow, and thrive here. And then certainly the funding aspect of this, in the different committees and other kind of tables that our consortium members participate at, we are developing a growing list of projects that we will seek for funding. And so we'll talk about the Tech Hub Award in a moment, but that is sort of an opportunity to execute on the first round of our consortium-led projects, but we expect and hope that to be kind of the first of hopefully many. So the types of projects that our consortium members develop fall into 4 main categories. Looking at the first 3, right? You have R&D projects, whether it's funding basic research, middle stage sort of scale up, or commercialization of late stage technologies. The commercialization and startup support piece, helping to ensure that we can build successful companies around new technologies. Workforce development, talent development, kind of self-explanatory. And then the 4th bucket there, infrastructure, both hard infrastructure, training centers and scale-up pilot plants, or soft infrastructure, right? The kind of work that the consortium, that our staff does at the center of all this. So that brings us to the Tech Hubs program. In April of 2023, our group started to talk about what our approach might be to this then new federal competitive program. We submitted a proposal in August, and in October we learned that we were one of 31 regions to be designated as an official tech hub for the United States, each one focusing in a different kind of industry or technology space. Ours obviously in sustainable polymers. So as of October, we are sort of the sustainable polymers tech hub of the United States. Nice to have that on our region, right? This kind of stamp of approval from the federal government that this is the place to be for this technology. Others are in, pharmaceuticals or the timber industry in the Pacific Northwest, AI and quantum computing elsewhere. Along with the designation, we received a helpful planning grant to continue our planning work, but maybe most excitingly, an exclusive invitation to compete for a phase 2 implementation grant, where out of the initial almost 400 applicants, 31 regions were designated a tech hub region, and so 31 competed for an implementation grant. Each could request up to $70 million of federal funding to execute on a set of projects that their consortium submitted. Everybody submitted on February 29th. I was glad it was a leap year, so we had an extra day. February 29th at 4:59 p.m. And then in July, first week of July, we learned that we were one of 12 that were awarded an implementation grant. So, nobody got the full amount that they asked for, right? They chose to fund more regions at a slightly lower level. The 12 awards ranged from $19 million to $51 million, and we were tied for the highest amount. So $51 million of federal funding coming in to execute on 7 distinct but complementary component projects that would be matched by a total of about $7 million. So $58 million across 7 projects. This work will begin in a month or 2 from now and will span about 5 years. Won't go into detail on each of the 7 projects, but there's the smallest project that the Greater Akron Chamber is leading is kind of this central capacity to help support the work of the other 6 projects and to help tee up kind of the next round of funding and projects to execute. There's a workforce development project that the University of Akron is leading that includes a consortium of several higher ed institutions to provide sustainability-focused talent or training from the certificate level up to PhD level. And then there are 5 technology maturation projects that they call them, existing late-stage technologies that live at some of our companies that are leading in this work. And this funding will come in to accelerate the commercialization process and bring these sustainable solutions to market. This is not the best slide to end on, so I'll just say that, again, this Tech Hub Award, obviously incredibly exciting, but the idea is that this, along with NSF Engine Awards, all of these kind of good opportunities that are coming out of the region, compounding on each other to help the snowball roll down the mountain and build on each other so that one grant award leads to the next and so on, so that we can essentially put the region on a higher growth trajectory.
Thank you, Brian. So, as I said, we'll be taking questions from the audience in a little bit. Please start filing those away or thinking of those as we go along. I kind of wanted to start on a bit of a downer and ask you guys, these things are obviously very complex proposals. No money is free. What kind of challenges did you run into trying to pull these together? Were there challenges related just to call for proposals itself, what the government was asking for? Was it teaming? Was it finding all the resources you needed? Was it cost share that's a challenge for the university all the time? Can you kind of go into a little bit of detail, or what did you see when you were going through the process? I'll let anyone start, or I can point. Right.
So I've been involved with EDA grant proposals and NSF. And NSF.
I don't know how well they're picking up from a distance. I think it's on.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect.
So NSF, compared to EDA, I find EDA to be not a joy of a proposal, but relatively speaking, I find it to be so much nicer than an NSF proposal. For anybody who's done NSF, they're just like, they just suck. But so I think the big challenge for the Renew engine proposal process was, they really bit off a lot. It's a huge, kind of a monster of a project, and the number of players they have involved, along with kind of the regional footprint, I think in turn affected how NSF engaged on the next round. It's
absolutely.
It's huge, and they, it was a real challenge for them to coordinate all the moving parts. Communications was a real challenge. I think some of the roles defined in the proposal at the end were not, I think some people didn't have a heads up of where they would actually end up in the role that they were described. So that's been a challenge. And then since the actual award, so the final approved amount of money for Renew is only for the first 2 years, because there are going to be these sort of check-ins over time. I think there's also, how are things going to unfold with whoever the next administration is? And so, sort of taking things and boiling it down into actionable milestones in the first 2 years has also been a real challenge, because, it is federal government, and it is slow moving. They have a clock that started on, I think it was March 1st, but they didn't actually get the contracts done. They're still working through the actual contracting, and no money goes out until the contracting is done. So there's a little bit of a challenge kind of coordinating the timeline of delivering things, which will be necessary for getting the next round of funding, with the actual timeline of the speed the government works. So I'll just pause on that.
Well, I think for proposals at this scale, one of the key challenges is building and organizing the team of partners. And particularly with the engines program, and Brian, I don't know if your experience was different with the tech hubs, but with the engines program, the expectation is that the grantee, the coordinating submitter of the proposal, is helping to organize entities that are very different from one another. It is not only the university and the other university partners. It is also industry, it is also government, it is also the intermediary organizations, the economic development organizations and the chambers of commerce, and it's also the investment community. So these are entities which, while they all may have similar and aligned objectives, the way they do their business is different from one pillar to the other. Their own expectations, the own needs that they are trying to meet are not always quite as aligned as you might want. And so pulling that together is really an enormous challenge. And as I mentioned, NSF only received this authority from Congress in FY 2022. They stood up a new directorate in order to house all of their programs around innovation ecosystem investments, and they are building the plane as they're flying it. So we submitted a proposal for a development award. We are definitely benefiting from the experience of Renew and the other 10, the other 10 projects that received full funding, and we're kind of learning from them and then responding to the new sets of criteria.
I would say that one challenge, I think, is competing amidst national sort of noise, right? So these new place-based, technology-based funding opportunities are really attractive, right? Boy, wouldn't it be great if our region won $50 or $150 million. Like Amazon HQ2, right? Everybody wants to compete for that. Not everybody's going to be able to go through the process of submitting an application, but a lot of them are. Hundreds of regions are competing for this. Not all hundreds, 500 of those are good ideas, but the reviewers need to, evaluate all of them. So it's hard even if you have a perfect proposal, which doesn't exist, it's hard to compete amongst all that noise. And therefore, obvious statement, you have to build the strongest proposal possible, and part of that is also making a difficult decision within the region of defining the region of service, defining which partners are kind of at the official table, what you build this proposal around. The strongest proposal possible, which you need to compete nationally, is not the proposal that has anybody that wants to participate. And those are really hard discussions to have with potential partners, because I think because these are such competitive programs, you to some extent have to assume you're not going to win, right? If they're going to make 5 or 10 awards out of 300 or 400 applicants, you have to be prepared not to win. And so it's not a win at all cost scenario, because we do want to strengthen and certainly not harm relationships with our partners throughout the process. So I think there's some difficult things to navigate here.
So maybe feeding into that a little bit, you talk about the challenges, not just the organization piece, but just the management structure, all that piece. Were there any things regionally that were beneficial? I'll just say from my own experience, I've seen more and more, and it was even mentioned this morning, there's more coordination among all the different kind of players to talk about what are these bigger bets we might go after, how can we work together, who is doing what. Going back to the Build Back Better and the manufacturing blueprint that Magnet pulled together and coordinated, I think I've seen more and more collaboration as opposed to the competitiveness that kind of maybe defined the region before. Did you find any particular entities or activities or hubs or anything of that helpful pulling together this one? And I guess, EB, yours is a little bit different because you're stepping outside the region as well. But were there any coordinating efforts or any things like that that helped, or even coming from the state level that helped in your particular grant proposal?
Yeah, I'm a little newer in the ecosystem. I joined the Greater Akron Chamber about 5 years ago. Really kind of stepped into my current role about 3.5 years ago. Not long after we formed our polymer industry cluster, when the Build Back Better Regional Challenge came around. And so kind of coming in a little bit as an outsider, I feel like I learned more so from other folks' commentary on that kind of seemingly new effort to collaborate and reach, you know, across the partners throughout the region to compete for these, you know, what wound up becoming like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity every 6 months or so. But I think building off of our collective Build Back Better Regional Challenge collaboration certainly helped to take advantage of this. And then I think today, now there are multiple organizations that, you know, our 3 organizations and others have regular meetings, some monthly, some quarterly, so that organizations, Team NEO, GCP, and others help to facilitate connection so that, you know, we're not picking up the phone and calling each other for the first time when there's an opportunity. We already have an existing relationship. We already have an open line of communication.
I think if I can jump onto that, I think that's a really important point, Brian. I have spent much of my career doing innovation ecosystem work. I started my career at the National Science Foundation, and these kinds of programs were the things that I was interested in long before NSF made them a priority. But for most of my career, I've been outside of Northeast Ohio. So one of the things that is interesting to me is that Northeast Ohio as a region and the institutions within Northeast Ohio have, from my perspective, outside of the region, always been very strongly collaborative. There's a great economic development ecosystem that's been in place for a long time. You know, Magnet, which Ben mentioned earlier, has been one of the leading MEP centers in the country for 40 years. So there's a set of resources that make the work that we're doing in this region really ripe for building on and expanding and growing. But one of the interesting things that we learned is, as we were going through this process for the development award, was that there are opportunities that are under-leveraged in Northeast Ohio, particularly with respect to what we're focused on in terms of building supply chain relationships. We have great entrepreneurs and a great entrepreneurial ecosystem, but it hasn't been as focused on hard tech as we might want it to be. And so there's an opportunity to grow there. And then we've got world-leading mid-size and global manufacturers who have the capacity to build supply chain relationships anywhere in the world, and they take advantage of that for that benefit, but connecting them into the smaller suppliers in Northeast Ohio is something that we've identified as another opportunity for us to try to grow with. So there's a lot to work with, and then, you know, what we are trying to do with our project is, you know, identify where there are places where we can move the needle to create some greater benefit.
So I really want to call out what you said about those calls. So there are like monthly calls with regional players that that do sort of warm up if you want to follow up and say, like, I think we could collaborate. I think it also has done a really nice job of just people getting to know the players better, of who does what and where they're located and what their footprint is and their scope. I do think that the Build Back Better had another lesson in there, though, too, which was, I think, the potential risk of Renew, which is that it was a monster. It was huge. And trying to fit in everyone's agenda I think made it, sort of collapse under its own weight. And it sort of watered down some of the key goals that individual players had in order to fit it all together. And I think that was a really important lesson to learn, is that not every collaboration is better with more collaborators, to your point. The other thing, too, that I think came up around that time, because I think this current administration has really just been trying to shovel money out the door into investing into, kind of rebuilding some of the economies around the country, which has been amazing. But it also has stretched capacity for everyone to respond. And trying to get everyone on the same page is not, one of the things that came up is, picking winners before the applications even get submitted. And so this was sort of one of the things that CWA was looking at is, if you're not a good fit for another initiative that's maybe underway, do we tell others to not apply in order to have a focus on one submission from the region, or do we sort of equip different players to all submit and then let that entity that's deciding to decide what they're interested in, and then everyone get behind it? And that's a tough question because, we have a whole range of different players. Universities are generally really dependent on bringing in grant funding and telling them to stand down while some other initiative goes forward is a tough place. So I think that's still an open question. I myself am for let's everybody go after what you envision, start with bold visions and aim high, and then whatever kind of gets traction, we all get behind it. But let's not, sort of eliminate players up front.
So maybe following up on that then, do you see any way for a statewide strategy or region-wide strategy to be sort of supported, at a larger level to help fuel these in general, not necessarily these specific ones, but are there any pieces that you think would have helped strengthen your proposal if you had access to something else that's not being provided by Team NEO or GCP or the ongoing interactions that we have percolating up?
Well, I think mine's a quick answer. So I think we had submitted for a tech hubs as well. And one of the really lovely things that the governor's office did was I think they provided letters to everyone that submitted in the state of Ohio. And that was a new thing for them. I think in the past, they sort of felt again, they couldn't favor one over another. But for that window, they were all of these players have something valuable to put forth, and we're going to show our support for anyone who actually goes to these lengths to submit. And I think that is a change of perspective from historical. And then the other thing, too, I wanted to comment about the leadership of some of our civic organizations. I really feel like we have some leadership that is aiming high. And when I first moved back to Cleveland in the early 2000s, it just didn't seem like people aimed very high. Let's aim high. Let's aim for global, destination for the expertise that we have. We have globally relevant expertise in this region for a whole range of different things, and we should go after that with passion. And when you aim high and you articulate vision and big pictures, it moves people. It moves people who are reading those proposals. So that, to me, is something that, as an overall culture, that we can nurture and build in this, across the state.
I'd say maybe an indirect benefit to increasing the competitiveness that we have in these programs, but maybe more so just generally as a way to support our kind of different regional economic growth strategies. I don't know if anybody read the Crane's Cleveland article about talent attraction and retention in Ohio and Michigan this morning or yesterday or something. But it's a super complicated issue, right? Attractive regions do not sell themselves. And so any kind of policy or efforts or programs that can help to attract and retain talent at multiple levels is critical to all of our success. And I think to the extent that those programs are existing, or we have an administration that is willing to invest in those kinds of programs, I think that can de-risk proposals that EDA or NSF or somebody is evaluating to help them envision that, yes, our population is not currently growing, but we have efforts in place that we can reasonably expect to be successful in, maybe now our population's flat or slightly declining, but in 10 years from now, here's how we're going to get to a place where, 3% growth per year, something like that.
I would add on, EB, to your comment about the role of state government and state policy making, because one of the things that the federal agencies do look for is support, not only from the community, but from the state in terms of their willingness to make co-investments or similarly aligned investments in projects. And I would like to see the state government, continue to be active and even be a little bit more active around those kinds of investments. I spent much of my career in the academic environment, so I look at this through that lens. And when I first moved to Ohio, the Ohio Third Frontier program was really active in investing in programs to support innovation ecosystems, even to the point where before coming to Cleveland, I was in Boston, and my colleagues at the University of Massachusetts would point to the Ohio Third Frontier and say, why don't we have something like that here in Massachusetts? So it was a real innovation that I think did a lot of good work over a long period of time, and the focus, I think, has changed a little bit, and I'm not uncomfortable with that, but I would like to see the state take a little bit of a longer term view around making investments in regional economies. All right, I was going to go ahead and take some questions from the audience, but as I go and grab that mic, I guess I'd ask one quick question. Getting back to Jeff's point of Massachusetts being jealous of us, are you jealous of any other states or any other proposals you saw that had something that you wish we had here?
Yeah, for sure. I think, echoing kind of my first comments at the podium about polymers not being kind of a common word or something that folks can relate to. AI is sexy, right? There are things that are just cool and it attracts attention, and it seems from the outside maybe easier to generate support and buy-in for. And so I think we're very fortunate to have a 150-year-long legacy of leadership in first the rubber, now the polymer industry. So I'm sure we can all be jealous of each other in different ways. There's maybe no perfect region, but I think some areas, whether it's climate, where that certainly contributes to other regions' ability to attract talent. But there are certainly a lot of aspects that we look and benchmark ourselves against other regions. Some things that may be in our control, we try to improve a little bit.
I'll just say, because Silicon Valley was referenced earlier, that I think, so I cut my teeth in business in Silicon Valley. I was out there about 12 years before coming back to Cleveland. And one of the things that I think this region forgets is that workforce in Silicon Valley is not dependent on Stanford University. Like they attract people from all over the world. And And that's something to be a little bit jealous of, because again, it's part of the, you know, the circle.
The virtuous cycle.
Right. Yeah. So, you know, if you're attracting workforce because we're doing visionary things and aiming high, that attracts people to come to a region, and that fortifies your workforce to further attract more business and innovation to also come here and anchor here. And so, so I think we have some work still to do around that in this region, and I'm a little bit jealous of other areas that have focused on that.
It's important to remember, EB, and I think, you know, sometimes, you know, we all collectively don't recognize this, but 100 years ago, this was Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
This was the place where industrial innovation was made. Go, you know, 100 miles, you know, northwest to Detroit, 100 miles southeast to Pittsburgh, right through Cleveland. And that was the center of energy around the growth of the industrial economy. So we were that once, and I think there's an opportunity for us to be that again, but it's not chasing new expertise, but it's building on historic expertise. And so that's why I'm, you know, particularly excited about hard tech, manufacturing, whether it's water technologies, polymers, or the work that we're doing. That's I think where the real opportunity lies.
All right, are there any questions in the audience? I see one already, great.
Hi, you hear me? Okay. My name's Letitia, own the Freedom Enterprise Company. I'm just so excited about what you all are saying. Yeah, I want to focus on you. Mention the model of STEM training, academia, entrepreneurship. Looking at that model, monies are being thrown into these areas. However, no measurement of effectiveness for these programs. And in terms of shifting the paradigm of teaching people how to think, so whether they're a floor associate, supervisor, or up to the corporate level, that's the opportunity. I'm a case double alum, hey there, young man, who found myself starting off in the STEM world and currently, I think I'm going now.
You are, yeah.
But finding myself in the STEM world and ending up in manufacturing and distribution, what the connection is that I know how to think, right? So I do molecular biology research, stem cell biology research, but I'm in this robust world of very engineering, manufacturing and distribution. What I'm finding is in this footprint in terms of education, because I live in the Orange school system, I have family members in the Orange school system, that kids don't know how to think, right? So until we change that education piece, early level, starting K through 8, and teaching them to be thinkers, think beyond three-step reasoning, or two-step reasoning, we'll say, teaching them logic games and things to get them ready for the workforce, whether they take the academic route or go straight into being a laborer, right? That is something that long-term can help us, right? In the shorter term, we need boot camps. And this is whether you're in, you know, I've worked for the best of them, Eaton Corporation, Coca-Cola, Amazon, where you have a boot camp for your floor employees, as well as your new leaders, right? Where you teach them how to think, but then you go back and measure whether you were able to do that. So in Lean Six Sigma, there's a measurement of effectiveness for pre and post testing with training. I'm finding that these millions of dollars that are going out, the results are not necessarily coming back because people don't know how to measure that effectiveness. So and so that was just a broad comment. But my question to you all is, in the areas where you are, how can we measure that effectiveness and make sure that we're getting good results from those dollars invested? And then secondly, just a quick comment, you mentioned what are we doing to attract, develop, and retain? I want to say about 5 or 7 years ago, there was a movement here in Cleveland. There was a large organization. They launched right around the time when the convention center was open. And people were writing checks about restoring Northeast Ohio. And I can't think of the name of that
group, but it was a group that several lawyers downtown and different organizations put together to try to retain that talent. And so if I can think of it, I'll share it with you, but I am supportive of that re-energizing that. I've lived throughout the Midwest and now I'm back home, but I would like to see that same resurgence. But I would like to see a shift in that education piece, whether you're kids or whether you're adults, to take them through a process of being thinkers of thinkers, but us measuring the effectiveness before we keep giving those dollars away. So I didn't know if you had any comment to that.
Well, that's a really big question. I'm going to pretty shortly turn it over to the two of you. I will just say that I do think in education that it's really important that we tell students that we're counting on them. I think that that's been kind of absent, is we just sort of like, okay, you take this standardized test and you're going to get through this year. And of course, COVID really, did a number on education too. But I think it's really important that kids feel a sense of responsibility and that they matter in our future, not just sort of abstractly us saying, the next generation, X, Y, Z. No, you students, like, we're counting on you to help figure this out. And potentially for them to be involved in how we do measure some of this. Because and I'm not an expert in education, but I do get the sense that standardized tests only tell us a little bit. And so with that, I'm going to pass it along to my colleagues.
Sure. So in terms of program metrics, we're going to be looking at a number of different factors because NSF primarily centers on innovation and research. We are obviously going to be looking at, patents and licensing and research results and the commercialization of innovation, and that will be across all of our research partners. We're going to be looking at startups and accelerator programs, as well as we think about evaluating our impact through the lens of what innovations are being created and how are they getting commercialized and pushed into the marketplace. And then a corollary to that is going to be workforce training and manufacturing. So a large part of our program is going to be investing in the manufacturing workforce in its totality, from shop floor, plant level, technicians with associate's degrees or certificates, right up to PhD engineers and scientists who may be working in one of Eaton's or Sherwin-Williams corporate research centers, or creating the next generation of academic faculty. So we're looking really across the board in terms of our evaluation system. I don't know where Great Lakes Renew is in terms of their evaluation partner, but one of the things that NSF is requiring for this program is to have an external evaluation partner for the engine grants. And so we are building that evaluation system into the proposal that we will be submitting. So we're putting our metrics, we're developing our metrics and putting it right in at the beginning, so that over the course of the award, we understand what we should be evaluating ourselves on, and what commitments we made and how we're working to achieve them. Yep.
Being in like Germany, Dominican Republic, Brazil, places where I've seen where there's a captive workforce, right? And so usually in the underdeveloped countries, what you see is if you don't work, you don't eat, right? In this country, that model doesn't necessarily play the same exactly, I'll just tell you. So, but having that inner drive, that's something that propels you, that you're going to get up every day, and every piece that you touch, no matter whether you're touching on the line or in a supervisory role or what have you, that you're going to give your best every hour. Now, I saw that at Amazon in operations, right? But I don't necessarily see that in this country overall, just in general. And that's not necessarily just floor associates, but that's on to the top, even to the C-suite, unfortunately, in some areas. With that being said, how do we look at countries that may be underdeveloped but have captive workforces where a lot of companies go and get their workforce to get that churn, to get what they need? How do we create that inner drive in the States? I know it's a bigger question, but that inner drive, and then we match that with the development of skills so that we advance our workforce two-pronged. One, in education, a different type of education as we were speaking about, but two, having that inner drive to execute. So that might not be that's another conference, right? But that's just something that I put out there because I travel, globally to look at different workforce sustainability models and how people capture the workforce. But in the United States, the model might be different.
All right, do we have any other questions from the audience? Yes, we do.
I can project. It won't pick up on the recording. Oh, okay, we're recording. So one of the things, okay, there we go. So one of the things that I noticed talking about the future of manufacturing, I think was absent pipeline of workforce. Cleveland, we saw suburbanization and a lot of the manufacturers moving to the suburbs, and I mentioned it earlier when we were talking about education, that these jobs are far for people to get to work who live in Cleveland. And we talk about looking at the future and bringing people here, I think the part is absent about who will work in these jobs. You can bring whoever you want. I mean, Amazon had trouble hiring people. First, everyone wanted to work there, and then they struggled with finding people, and they wanted to offer a $2,000 bonus if you signed up. So I think that that is another issue that we are not working at. And just to what you said, what I was going to say, kind of to your idea of telling students that they matter. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but what about students just having a work ethic? Like, you literally need to have a job to support yourself. And somewhere that is missing in the understanding that you have to go to work, and that you may not have to go to college for 4 years. Maybe you don't have two years, but skills are needed, trades are needed. You have to know how to do something. So just your thoughts on pipeline workforce for the future.
I'll certainly agree that it's critical, especially in a region that does not currently have an increasing population. Some of the work that we're doing in the Akron area, I'm sure it's the same in Cleveland and other areas, not focused, in my case, not focused on the polymer industry necessarily, but helping to connect students at different levels to attractive education, training, and career pathways. We're not connecting our employers to late high school students, right? Not early high school, middle school, right? It's earlier. The earlier you engage students, pique their interest, then they maybe will self-select into, in our case, we're interested in STEM and manufacturing, and ultimately that goes into maybe a chemistry track or a production track. But also increasing the experiential learning opportunities that are available during high school, increasing internship opportunities. So this not only helps students kind of work towards work experience that hopefully translates into this kind of work ethic that you're talking about, but also helps the region to retain that talent after graduation. I don't know I forget what the number is, but the percentage of graduates that stay in the region, if they have an internship, is many multiples higher than the alternative. So happy to help connect young talent to employment opportunities and keep them in the region.
Yeah, I think that I actually was thinking too about some of the co-op programs. So internships are really great, and the nice thing about some of the co-op programs is that it becomes part of your degree, you know, where you're actually supported by faculty as well as employers, and I don't see why we wouldn't look at bringing that into the high school and potentially middle school. But I think you also pointed out a really important issue around getting to these jobs, and, you know, public transportation is not a huge strength of Cleveland, and I think that, you know, I do think that it's one of the kind of missing pieces in the conversations around workforce development of like, okay, you know, why aren't we including that very proactively in workforce development conversations? It's one thing to build a program, but if, you know, populations can't access that program and can't access the actual employers, then it's sort of wasted money. And so I do think that I think it's very much a logistical issue, because if you want to get a job or you need to get a job in order to survive, but you can't get to the job, then it, you know, it all sort of falls apart. So I think that's some of that supportive infrastructure helps with the work ethic side of it as well.
And there's a certain amount of nuance, I think, that we need to take into consideration. It is not a one-size-fits-all model, right? I think as sort of a guiding philosophy, you know, exposure to career opportunities earlier, you know, in students' education is something that's, you know, critical and beneficial, and then, you know, gradually providing these opportunities, whether it's a co-op, whether it's internships, you know, whether it's other kinds of engagement strategies. You know, we have to work on a number of different levels in order to, you know, provide kids exposure to different kinds of opportunities, and then also address, you know, you know, the physical logistical issues of where are the jobs and where are the people. I think the city of Cleveland is doing some interesting work with its site development strategies. You know, and I hope that that's something that bears fruit, because I think there's an opportunity to focus on making investments to create jobs that are in proximity to the workforce, you know, where it currently exists. So that's something that I think is moving in the right direction.
I think that speaks to Michael Jean's comment about inclusive growth. You know, if you aren't accessing the entire population of your region, you're definitely, you know, limiting your ability to fill all these open jobs. I guess I'd like to close with one last question, I guess, for each of you is, how do folks here or listening to the live stream, how would they get involved with your engine or with your tech hub? You know, how do you want to engage with people? What's the most effective way to learn about it and potentially engage with you? Jeff?
Sure. So I left on the table our one-pager, which has a QR code that links to the university's website. We need to update some of the information regarding where we are in terms of the engines project. But, you know, connecting with me or with really any of our other partners, whether it's Cleveland State, Greater Akron Chamber Polymer Industry Cluster, Cleveland Water Alliance, we've got a pretty broad team, so there are lots of ways to get connected into the project.
So with Renew, I think there's kind of a landscape that is still evolving for me to be able to answer that very well. I mean, as it turns out, because the funding for the first 2 years is all that's been kind of approved, and how large their Rolodexes of engagement, those dollars aren't going to go all that far. But that said, you know, one of the goals that Cleveland Water Alliance has around the Renew project is to do a little bit more proactive inventory of the strengths of different players around Ohio that can be brought in for some of the later stages of the engine. And, you know, that's one of the conversations that we had with Ben, for example, is to say, you know, there's some actually really relevant expertise here at CSU that could benefit this engine, and that's something that we're hoping to start getting more documentation around so that we can escalate it.
I'd just say that maybe not Tech Hub specific, right? The Tech Hub being kind of this grant award to implement a first set of projects that's already defined, right? This transformative amount of funding is already allocated, but the polymer industry cluster, slightly more generally, is interested in continuing to meet new researchers, new manufacturers, new consortium members to participate in this process that we have of continuing to identify challenges that we can tackle together and then securing resources to execute on those plans. So our contact information is readily available on our website, and we're always happy to talk more.
Fantastic. I'd like to thank the panel again. Jeff, Hebe, Brian, thank you for your time. And so to kind of close out with a bigger picture kind of view, we've invited Tyler Alchin from Jobs Ohio. Tyler's the managing director of healthcare at Jobs Ohio. That's the state's private economic development entity. And also the Jobs Ohio is the, I guess the driving force behind the innovation district that you heard about earlier. So Tyler, hold on, let me pull this up. Yep. It's going to go? Okay.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. Thanks for the invite, Cleveland State. Happy to be here. I think we've been proud sponsors and partners before at this conference, and certainly privileged to have Cleveland State as part of our Cleveland Innovation District, which I'll touch upon later in these slides. My colleague, Glenn Richardson, who heads up our advanced manufacturing ecosystem in Vertical, was originally scheduled to be here today, which maybe aligns a little bit better with the thrust or the agenda of the day. But I'm going to do my best to fill in on the healthcare life sciences side and maybe give a little bit of a manufacturing bent to what I do day to day. So I'm going to start off with a quick overview of Jobs Ohio. Hopefully the majority of the room is familiar with our model, but for those that are not, we're a little bit unique in comparison to our peers at the other 49 states in that we're privately funded. So I'm not a state employee. We don't report to the governor's office or the state house. Our management of the state's liquor enterprise drives our revenue that we're able to put to work on economic development fronts. You can see the sectors there, 9 of them, plus a military and federal sector, primarily focused on installations across the state. And it's going to give you a little bit of stats on our healthcare business over the last decade plus. Nearly 30,000 new jobs created, approaching $2 billion of new payroll, and $4.5 billion of fixed asset investments. We're proud of those numbers in my healthcare and life sciences sector. And again, maybe just for a quick overview, healthcare, life sciences, anything medical device design, manufacture, distribution, pharma, biotech, and digital health, health IT. We're proud of those numbers. I'm usually asked to describe kind of where we're at on that. I think it's, it's good, occasionally great. We're trying to get to more years of great. So I'm going to give you a look at what we're putting out into the market, and happy to take any questions on this strategy or see where it connects with what the work going on here at Cleveland State and in partnership. Maybe by a little bit of back step, I am a Clevelander, spent a lot of years at BioEnterprise working on regional healthcare and life sciences and the strategy around it. Happy to do that now on a statewide basis, but still live in Cleveland Heights, so the topics of the prior panel certainly near and dear to my heart. I'm going to start with a little bit of the why, sort of why is healthcare and life sciences worth doing here in Cleveland, but also statewide. These graphs are pretty self-explanatory, but sometimes they get lost in the economic development soup. The life sciences is the fastest growing sector in the country, period. Outpacing all others, including tech, however you want to chop that up. And the employment in life sciences and healthcare is significantly at a higher salary than comparable positions in other sectors. We label this at Jobs Ohio, and I hope the Cleveland ecosystem does as well, as a must-win. If we're not going to win in healthcare, including the manufacturing that goes into the healthcare sector, we're unlikely to win in the broader market. What we have in the state and our leadership foothold nationally and globally in healthcare and life sciences is driven by the institutions that we have here in Cleveland and statewide. Again, these slides are going to give you a little bit of a broader look than Northeast Ohio, but some of the same conclusions apply. Here's some highlights that have crossed the finish line over the last, call it, year or so. For the first time ever, the state is up over $1 billion of National Institutes of Health funding. We're also at an all-time high in National Science Foundation funding at $240 million. So both, again, going back to that kind of good but not great. That's the good news on the NIH and NSF front. The bad news is that from a raw number, we're still far behind competing in peer states, and the growth rate is behind. So we've got a lot of work to do. There's some positive green shoots on the research side of things, which is an early indicator of innovation and employment, but we're still behind. So just getting started on that work. We now have 2 universities up over 50,000 enrolled students at Ohio State and University of Cincinnati. I know sometimes as Clevelanders, we don't know what's going on in the great state of Cincinnati. But that university down there has put the jumper cables to their enrollment, and I think there's some things to be learned around how to get that momentum back on the attraction and the population front. And then lastly, don't need to remind this room as mostly Clevelanders, our status on the care side of things. Part of our team's challenge is translating the prowess and prominence we have on the patient care side of things and turning that into market opportunities and employment. Here's a look at some of our wins on the corporate side of things. There's some attraction wins here that we're really proud of, kind of one of the core functions of what we do day to day. Abbott Labs placing their new infant formula manufacturing facility in Bowling Green, Ohio. This is a project we fought incredibly aggressively for. This is a flagship for us 18 months ago. Fierce competition amongst a handful of Midwest states. One, because our readiness on a site level and talent around Bowling Green and ability to move fast. Some of the last panel touched upon a little bit of what I would describe as like what comes next or how do we win more. This is an example of a project that we didn't have a look at here in Northeast Ohio, but we should. Food manufacturer, we've excelled in that space. Touching into life sciences on the nutrition side of things, Northeast Ohio manufacturers, we should have the pipeline into this. A couple of things that prevent us from winning this type of project right now that were previously touched upon, but just connecting the dots into healthcare and life sciences, sites. This is a project that's not going to look at 25 acres that needs a parcel patched in here or a joint venture, put together with multiple parties. This is 100 acres, shovel-ready, natural gas, electric, water, pre-wired, ready to roll on day one, and we don't have a whole lot of that in inventory. So I think I only caught the afternoon's agenda, but I think one of the things I would interject into this is that yes, we're primed in Northeast Ohio to manufacture on the healthcare front, and yes, we should be taking that to market as our product. But if we do that and somebody says yes, we have to have something to show them. I mean, I'm not putting that to the folks in this room alone as a chore or a task, but I think sometimes we get a little bit out ahead of ourselves on we need the basics here in Northeast Ohio. A couple of others, and again, I think Northeast Ohio can win these projects. We haven't lately been winning these projects, but they're there for the taking, and we've got the pieces, parts to do so. Amgen, brand new aseptic fill finish facility in New Albany, Ohio. 400 jobs, that's likely going to become a campus with pushing 1,000 people over time. That's quasi-manufacturing. They're not building the drug or the active ingredient there, but they are packaging it into final fill finish capabilities. Pharmavite, again, another kind of on that, quasi life sciences, nutrition, food space, manufacturing nutritional gummies in Columbus. Those are examples of stuff that we should be in here in Northeast Ohio. We should be chasing. We should have a product to put to work there. And I think that's part of the collective vision, at least of this conference, and the partners involved there as well. And then finally, and I'll touch upon this in a case study, AtriCure and Enable Injections, medical device manufacturers that were ideated, commercialized, spun out in Cincinnati, and are not just small early stage companies anymore. They're employing thousands in Cincinnati. Again, we've done that before here in Cleveland with the Sterises of the world and others. We haven't done it lately, but it's there for the taking if we can take the right product to market. Real quickly, I don't want to spend too much time on this because I know that the room isn't solely focused on pharma and biotech. My read of the market, I think shared by many others, is that pharma biotech is going to eat a lot more of not just the healthcare market pie, but a lot more of the American domestic market in general, right? If you kind of follow the money right now in healthcare is flowing to pharma and biotech. Thankfully, we've come a long way in our supply chain and our ecosystem across the state. I think the takeaway from me to folks that are thinking about manufacturing and policy and how do we do more of this is that a lot of times this group gets left out of that manufacturing conversation, but there is big opportunity here. And again, I'll keep coming back to this. We should be winning some of this in Northeast Ohio. If you look at that CDMO vertical there, and forgive the acronyms, that's Contract Development Manufacturing organization. This slide certainly hasn't been touched by my marketing colleagues. I'm not going to get an award for this logo soup today. But those are organizations that are taking orders, recipes from pharma and biotech companies, and they're building the product for them. A lot of them are on the cell and gene therapy side of things. If you rewound our Ohio timeline 5-6 years, you'd have one of these on this list. We now have 6, and 3 of them are in Columbus. We've got global leaders in healthcare in Northeast Ohio, and we don't have a contract development manufacturing organization. To me, that's not so much a failure, it's an opportunity. It's somewhere on the heat map. The manufacturing piece should get married with what we do well in Northeast Ohio, which is care for folks and the science and the research behind it. So just an opportunity to flag for folks thinking about manufacturing, but maybe not traditional manufacturing. I touched upon Amgen just real quick here. I think on the workforce piece, something that we're really proud of and would be eager to do here in Northeast Ohio with partners as well. We launched with Columbus State in our talent acquisition program. Hopefully a lot of folks in the room know our talent team led by Christy Klaus. We're able to put dollars to work on behalf of employers that commit to the state. So our dollars flowed to Columbus State to set up some biomanufacturing boot camps that are now, speaking about pipeline, they're building that pipeline in cohort graduating classes going into the Amgens of the world, which is the site that we're proud to have was the fastest into operation globally for Amgen, which is significant. Again, I already touched upon AtriCure and Enable Injections. Takeaway here for this room is the value of nurturing early stage companies. Both companies, same entrepreneur, Mike Hooven, Cincinnati Tech, both of them coming out of Cincinnati Children's. Again, the thread on the startup world tends to be a little long and it takes a lot of patience and it's frustrating. But when it hits, you can start getting a density of expertise and people around it, which Cincinnati has done a nice job of. I'm not going to touch upon the digital health software piece of it too much. This is one of our best and brightest, again, a Columbus story, because this group is focused on manufacturing, but know that we're out in the world hunting the digital health IT piece of it as well. The market's been a bit down on this front, call it the last 3+ years, kind of the beginning of the pandemic. It's just been a little bit challenging, but we're working this front as well. I'm going to transition gears a little bit here. Again, going back to we've done a lot of good, occasionally great, we'd like to do more great. Putting into perspective what we have here in Cleveland around healthcare and life sciences and what we have statewide. I think maybe tying back to some of the things from the prior panel that I was listening for is sort of like, what are we doing well? What could we do more of? Where do we have rights to win? How do we get organized around things that we can do more of? Sometimes in town and across the state, you can get a little bit lost in the cheerleader piece of it, right? And sort of like, where are we really moving the ball? And I'm of the mind that we are on a lot of fronts, but the competition is as well. So when you look out across these consultants and real estate brokers, annually they're ranking what we have, right? And where we are in the market, truthfully, transparently, across Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati, and what I do day to day, and again, I'm of the mind that it's positive, it's bullish, it's heading in the right direction. We're somewhere between 25th and 30th when you think about healthcare and life sciences. And that's with the assets that we have on the ground. So the competition is fierce, and somebody made the comment about, dreaming big, which I agree with, because the rest of these ecosystems are doing what we're talking about, and they're doing it in big ways. So picking and choosing our spots of where we believe we can do more is really, really important. Touched upon NIH earlier, again, positive growth, but we're in the bottom left quartile of the graph, right, in terms of growth and total NIH dollars. We want to get into the upper right where some of those communities are. Thankfully, when you think about, and this is how we think about it in taking it to market, when you put together our Cleveland ecosystem with Columbus and Cincinnati, I'm not sure if I'll be able to do the pointer on this or not, we're closer to where you see Houston and St. Louis and Los Angeles. So part of what we're working on is how do we collectively put a brand around all the good things that you all are doing and statewide, so that we can compete a bit better. We've got a lot of work to do on the brand side of things, and we're getting ramped up a bit more on that. Same thing can be said on the talent and real estate piece. Again, you want to be in the upper right quadrant. We're not trying to be the next Boston or San Francisco. I think we've got to be the best version of what greater Cleveland can be, but we've got some work to do on both the talent and the real estate part of it. Thankfully, in 2020, our CEO and our board, and Governor DeWine and Lieutenant Governor Husted, understood the reality of where we are on a number of fronts, innovation-related, life sciences, technology innovation-related, and put together Jobs Ohio 2.0, which included a refresh of our innovation strategy, which we've been putting to work here over the last couple of years. Quick just overview around the slide here, and I'm going to spend a couple minutes on innovation districts. I think it's most pertinent. We have an R&D grant that we're putting to work a lot with manufacturers, trying to win early R&D business that turns into manufacturing down the line here in Northeast Ohio. QED, which is now in part Canon, on the east side received one of these R&D grants. A company in Akron called Taken Companies received an R&D grant from us. Those are just the healthcare ones that I'm up to speed on. I know there's others. We also, and I hope this slide's here next, nope. So I'll just touch upon, we also launched a venture capital fund that we've been doing a lot of co-investing with the likes of Jumpstart and the institutions here in Northeast Ohio. And then finally, the piece that I'm closest to day to day, we launched 3 innovation districts, again, Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati. You can see the big headline goals and investments there, $300 million from us and the state. Single largest one-time investment in life sciences innovation in the state's history, certainly not at the size and scale of Ohio Third Frontier over time, but a one-time investment intending to be catalytic around a couple of things that we think and know are early ingredients to innovation and down the line job creation. Again, federally funded research, STEM talent graduation, and innovative, collaborative, dense real estate. So each of these districts are in different stages of development. Here in Cleveland, you can certainly see the cranes in the sky over at the clinic and some other pieces moving in a positive direction. The piece of this that I really care about and I think is germane to this conversation today is those areas of right to win. And sometimes when we're in a conference room given this deck, there's a little bit of a recoil from this piece of it because sometimes the takeaway is like, oh, we don't want to do everything, right? Or we don't want to do or chase opportunities that aren't listed here. And that's not the case. We'll chase every opportunity all day, every day. But I think one of the strategy items that we've learned over the last decade is that we can't compete in every space. That's applicable across sectors, but maybe especially in healthcare and life sciences. We've got to pick and choose our spots where we know that the product we're taking to an audience, whether it's a corporate or it's talent attraction or it's both, we truly can be a global leader in that. And you see a few of those here. I'll underscore neurotechnology here in Cleveland. The clinic's got a massive building coming out of the ground. Our institutions are very strong, particularly case in neurotech, and that's also an area that would demand manufacturing, right? So both on the device and the pharma biotech side of things, neuro, hot new market. It's an area of the map that others have not carved out. So I think that's a takeaway from me in terms of where this group could think about opportunity within healthcare and life sciences. Last couple of slides here. Try not to be death by ranking, but we are particularly proud of a couple of these, primarily the first two bullets there. The state's STEM talent enrollment in graduation, along with the rest of the country, has been largely flat, right? The data suggests college enrollment a bit challenged at the moment. But inside of that macro headwind, or despite of it, we've reached #1 in the Midwest for life sciences graduates statewide, and we're up over 52,000 STEM graduates statewide annually. Again, not mission accomplished, not the end of the story. We'd love to punch into the top 5 nationally for both of those. We're currently in the top 10. I think that speaks to opportunity more than it speaks to failure, right? Are we doing enough to retain those folks here, thinking about co-ops, internship stuff that was already mentioned, and then how do we not take our eyes off the ball over the next 5 years to continue the momentum on this front as well. Always got to wrap up with a couple of classic economic development slides showcasing value of geography and access. I heard a lot about supply chain earlier. That's a piece that we're really hyper focused on, particularly in our pharma distribution piece. There's going to be a lot more opportunities coming down the line in direct to consumer. On the pharmacy, if you're like me, getting bombarded by commercials all the time on that front, that's an area that we should and can win in as Ohioans here in Northeast Ohio, because we have access to customers and we have access to supply chain, and that value prop certainly resonates with folks that we're in front of. And then lastly, this is coming up on the climate change side of things. We've had an increase of particularly California customers, manufacturers, calling us, bemoaning the fact that if it's not the wildfires, it's earthquake risk, or it's drought, or it's the heat, or it's all of the above. And I think you're going to see that complaint, for lack of a better descriptor, increase over time. And sitting on this giant body of water, shame on us if we can't take advantage of it, right? It's there for a taking, but again, you know, giant medical device diagnostic company calls us and says, you know, we need 500,000 square feet and we need it tomorrow, or we need 200 acres and we need it tomorrow. I'd love to put it on the lake. Sometimes we don't have that ready to roll. So I think collectively as a region, we got to think about where are the ingredients to win. We got to forget about the Intel thing, right? Like that's one of those comes down the pipe every 100 years. It's not about winning the next Intel. It's about winning the next 2, 3, 4, 500 job opportunity. And what are we currently putting out in the market that's not resonating to win those more effectively? I think it's talent pipeline, it's sites, it's connectivity, it's all of the above. But again, the pieces, parts are there to win these in healthcare and life sciences, and I hope we do so moving forward. Quickly, just on rankings, I think hopefully you've seen a difference in the demeanor at a state level of our aggressiveness and our ability to close deals and put resources out to win projects, particularly in manufacturing across the state. I'm just going to put a final plug in for an organization that I'm on the board for, and I hope those that have interest in this give a look. Ohio Life Sciences, formerly BioOhio, at times active in manufacturing conversations across the state. New leadership, new board, ramping up in areas that I think are of interest to what was the agenda today. So for those that want to plug into that on a statewide manner, I hope you give that a look. So Ben, I really appreciate the time. Thanks for the invite today. No Q&A. I'm happy to if kind of end of the day, probably people are good. End of the day? Okay.
So that actually builds on our conference from last year that Cleveland Water Alliance participated in as well, which was building a blue economy for the state. And so I think that, you know, one of the things that I walk away today with is really the complexity of advanced manufacturing and the position of not just Northeast Ohio and the state, the actors who are involved in that, the opportunities that exist, but also the intersectionality of a lot of what needs to happen to make Northeast Ohio and Cleveland a global and national leader in that space. And that's everything from what we just heard about site selection and land use planning, transportation, workforce and education, as well as the development of other entrepreneurship support programs, programs that assist and help small and medium-sized manufacturers. And so there's a lot of work to be done and a lot of opportunity. I hope that today's discussions build and don't just end here for CSU and for the folks in this room, but carry forward, and that we are able to, as organizations, as an institution like CSU, support the work that you're doing and help advance all of what you've heard today. So we're here, Ben, myself, Matt, to connect with EDA, other federal opportunities, the research, our students for internships and other opportunities. But thank you all for your time, and I hope that you found today informative, insightful, but as E.B. said earlier, inspirational.